What's up, everybody? Good morning and a very happy Wednesday to you. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Thanks for tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in from. If it's on those radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com. Got your Alexa device. Just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Also, YouTube video stream up and rolling here this morning. You could check it out over there. Careful if you're out on the roads here this morning. It's also a good reminder. It's that time of year that if we had school in session and such, to always pay attention to our website for the WEAU 13 News First Alert school closings that are brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. But what do we have on our game plan for us this morning on the final show for this week? We're going to talk Packers-Lions. Game day tomorrow. What's your keys to victory? What are your key matchups? Your players who have got to have a game. Bold predictions. What do you got? And just game predictions for tomorrow's game. What do you got? All right, start to hit me up with those texts. 715-830-1912. So we'll go through some of the comments from coordinators, head coach Matt LaFleur yesterday. Looking at the injury report, Keyshawn Nixon may have a chance now. He was listed as a limited participant, but Packers just holding a walkthrough practice on Tuesday. And Matt LaFleur asked yesterday about Jaden Reed when he was asked if he could play given the lack of practice time. LaFleur said, "You never know. You'll find out Thursday." But ideally, but really we may find out. We'll, find out probably today if he's activated off the injured list and such. So, but nonetheless, there's a possibility. So we'll talk a lot about Packers-Lions heading into this game. A lot on the table here in the final 6 weeks in terms of standings, playoff positioning, all that fun stuff. So, but again, start to hit me up with some of your keys to victory, your key matchups, players who got to have a game predictions. And according to our post-glass and mirror 715 Speaks poll question, there's a lot of confident Packers fans out there thinking that they're going to come away with the dub. So, also on the docket, we've got Bucks chats here this morning. So the Bucks back at it tonight. Can they end their 5-game losing streak? Well, they're going to be going up against a Miami Heat team that is playing some very good basketball, some very solid basketball as of late. So tip time for tonight's game, 6:30. Coverage is going to begin around 6 on your radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. So we'll throw a little hoops chats into this talk this morning. He's usually on Fridays, but we're going to bring him on board here today. Brandon Berg's going to be joining us in the 7 o'clock hour, and we're going to have some fun with Brandon. We got a couple different things we're going to be doing. First off, and this is where we need your participation as well. As a Wisconsin sports fan, or maybe you are a sports fan of a different team that's not in Wisconsin, but what are you thankful for? What are you thankful for as a sports fan, maybe of your particular teams, your favorite teams, your state teams, whatever the case may be? When you look back at the past year, or maybe at the current state, what are you most thankful for in your sports fandom? All right. Let's do some shout-outs on this Wednesday for your sports fandom. And then in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to do a live edition of the Man Cave podcast. But Brandon and I usually do our top 5 plus. We're changing it a little bit. And we're going to do a live draft, live recording of the podcast in the 9 o'clock hour. Thanks the best, our perfect Thanksgiving Day. So it's food, it's activities, it's a bunch of different stuff. And we're going to put it up to the listeners to vote who wants to go to whose Thanksgiving Day party. All right. And we can't draft the same thing. So you're going to have like your meats, you're going to have your dishes, your side dishes, your activities. All right. It's kind of open-ended. Think about it. Wisconsin theme, there might be a couple different things there. So we're going to need some listener participation along with that as well. So plus we'll throw some local sports roundup since we got Brandon joining us. We'll throw that into the conversation as well. Brought to you by our good friends from Carpet City Flooring Center. I know we've got high school basketball underway. Blue Gold basketball again last night. The men's team remaining undefeated with the victory over Bethel. The women's team picking up a victory over St. Norbert for Stout. The women's team picking up a victory against Hamlin. Men's team did fall to Hamlin University. So we'll do a local sports roundup a little bit later on. I think we'll throw a little cream of the crop. It is Thanksgiving, right? So I know we usually do cream of the crop on a Friday, but I think we'll do some cream of the crop. And since it is Wednesday, if you got am I wrong? Am I wrong for thinking this? Am I wrong for saying this? Send them on over. All right? Send them on over. 715-830-1912. But let's get things rolling here this morning, shall we? Let's jump right into it. Let's talk some football here coming up as we get set to take in a Thanksgiving Day feast of Packers versus Lions. How do you see this one playing out, peeps? How do the Packers come away with the victory? What are the key matchups? What are the keys to victory for this thing? And what are some of your bold predictions? All right, what do you have for me? Okay? Start to hit me up. Unless you're driving, then keep both hands on the wheel, focus on the roads until you pull off and such, all right? Because, at least a little before 4 this morning, they were a little bit slick, so I don't know what they're like right now, but I would imagine they're probably the same. So, but all right, let's take our first break and then get things rolling here this morning. We're going to talk some football, taking a look at this Packers-Lions matchup tomorrow. A huge matchup, a big-time matchup. Let's break it all down coming up in just a couple minutes. Make your holidays merry and bright with a trip to Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. From fresh holiday hams and turkeys to seasonal produce, bakery treats, and all your favorite pantry staples, Hy-Vee has everything you need for festive meals and gatherings. The friendly staff is ready to help you find the perfect ingredients, and weekly specials make holiday shopping easy on your budget. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, bringing freshness, value, and holiday cheer to your kitchen this season. All right. Let's break it down. Packers, Lions, Thanksgiving Day melee. As we usually do, we'll take a look at the numbers to open up this thing. Let's start on the offensive side. Lions, they're a top 5 team in the National Football League in terms of yards per game. The only teams that are higher than them, you got the Dallas Cowboys, the Indianapolis Colts, and the Buffalo Bills. The Detroit Lions averaging 378.5 yards per game. Green Bay just outside the top 10, 338.9 yards per game. If you break it down by the passing attack, Lions top 10, 238.6 yards per game, whereas Green Bay a little bit more in the middle of the pack, 222.5. Rushing, yeah, there's only 2 teams that are better than Detroit right now in terms of running the football per game. Buffalo, 147.2. Chicago, 142.3. And then Detroit, 139.8. Again, Green Bay, about the halfway mark, 116.5. In terms of scoring, there is only one team that is better than the Detroit Lions in points per game. That is the Colts. The Colts are the only team right now that are averaging over 30 points per game, 31. You got the Lions, 29.6. Green Bay just outside the top 10, 23.9. Defensively, Green Bay, in terms of yards allowed per game, a top 5 team, 278.7 yards per game. The only teams better than them, Houston, Cleveland, and Denver. Detroit's not shabby either. They're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're 10th, 312.3 yards per game. If you break it down in terms of passing, Green Bay, just outside of a top, they are 5. 5th best in the National Football League in passing yards per game, 182.3. Just Buffalo, Cleveland, Houston, and the Chargers ahead of them. Detroit's about halfway. They're giving up about 210.5 yards per game. Rushing defense, Green Bay's fallen just a little bit, but they're still a top 10. Green Bay just giving up 96.5 yards per game on the ground. Detroit, I think they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just outside the top 10, 101.7. And then in terms of points allowed per game, Green Bay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th best, 18.4. Detroit, not far behind them, 22.1. So those were just some of the numbers right now in terms of where the Packers and the Lions match up. But does that tell the whole story? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. So let's take a look at this. What are some of the key matchups? What are some of the keys to victory in this ball game? I think one of the biggest keys is going to be this Packers defense going up against Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs is a playmaker. Jahmyr Gibbs is a dynamic football player. Running, in the receiving game, I mean, he's all over the place. The Packers in their Week 1 matchup did an absolutely fantastic job at stopping Jahmyr Gibbs. And that, to me, was a big reason why Green Bay was able to come away with that 27-13 victory. They stopped the run altogether. Montgomery had 25 yards on 11 carries. Gibbs had 19 yards on 9 carries. Even in the passing game. Okay, Gibbs had 10 catches, but for 31 yards. So Green Bay's defense did a great job at eliminating, taking out Jahmyr Gibbs from this game and allowing him to beat them essentially. You know what? So That, to me, is one of the biggest, if not the top, key matchup, key to victory for Green Bay in this game. Can they slow down Jahmyr Gibbs? Can they limit Jahmyr Gibbs again? I think a big reason why they were able to do that in week 1 was everybody on defense was flowing to the football. Tackling was superb. Every time somebody had their hand on the ball, specifically Gibbs in this case, everybody was going over there to try to take him down. So you're talking about if Quay Walker plays in this game, he's going to be a key player. Edgerrin Cooper, no question about it. Isaiah McDuffie, those guys. You cannot let Jahmyr Gibbs get in space. And you cannot let him get to the second and third levels. If you get him in open space and he's one-on-one with a defender, it's advantage Jahmyr Gibbs. You take Agent Zero every single day in that matchup. Limit his ability to get to those second, third levels. Limit his ability to get into open space. Anytime you see Jahmyr Gibbs with that football, that defense better just be flowing over there and getting after him. Do not let him make big plays. If you can slow down that rushing attack and you can essentially take out the running game, it is a big, big, big boost for this Packers defense. And Jahmyr Gibbs, he has been really good at home this year. You're talking about this is insane. 8.3 yards per carry. Yeah. That's just at home. Okay, 6.6 yards per catch at home this year. He's got 6 touchdowns at home. No question, he is one of the best running backs, all-around running backs, too, in the National Football League. And they've got this great 1-2 punch with David Montgomery over there, too. A little bit more of the power with Montgomery. A little bit more of the game-breaking ability. And Montgomery's numbers have been down this year because the focus has mostly been on Jahmyr Gibbs and such. But still don't overlook number 5. And, obviously that's a big matchup for this Packers defense, but the Packers offense can help in this area too. And that's by doing it a couple different ways. It's by controlling the tempo, controlling the clock. In that first matchup, Green Bay actually lost the time of possession. Detroit dominated 35 minutes. Okay? But also remember in that game too, Green Bay got a big interception in their red zone. That definitely was a game changer. And they kept the Lions out of the red zone. 1 of 4. 1 for 4 in the red zone. But going back to, and I'm going to get back to that point here in just a second. But that offense, if they can start off fast, get into a rhythm right away, get into a flow right away, but also kind of control that clock and not, have quick 3 and outs and send that defense back out on the field. The one thing I don't want to see this offense do is what they did against Philly and Carolina and just really put a ton of pressure on their own defense. If that defense gives you the ball back, they force a punt, they force a 3 and out, they force a turnover, do something with it. All right? Don't just do a quick 3 and out. We may have to throw a little bit more on first down. A lot of times I think it's become too predictable on what Green Bay is going to do with some of their play calling, whether it's running the ball on first. Okay, Green Bay has been a great 3rd and long team. They've been a great 3rd down team overall. But let's make it a little bit easier on ourselves too, and let's make it a little bit more unpredictable in terms of play calling. This is the second time you're playing the Lions this year. Okay? Both these teams, they know each other very well. What does Matt LaFleur have? Does he got something different? Does a game plan going to throw a few different wrinkles into this thing? But the offense has to help the defense out. If the defense gives you the ball back, play complementary football. And going back to that red zone, I know the phrase is you're going to see a bend, don't break Green Bay's defense is a defense that does not give up big plays. They refuse to give up big plays. Lions, well, I mean, we've seen it. They like big plays too. But if you can keep the Lions out of the end zone, let them rack up some yards, let them go the long way, as a lot of people like to say. If you can keep them out of that red zone and force them to field goals, big. They'd be big. And just getting Jared Goff, maybe off his mark, get him under a little pressure, try to make him uncomfortable behind that line of scrimmage early and often. The Lions' offensive line, they've had some of their struggles this year. They're definitely not the most dominant group that we have seen over the last couple years. So can Green Bay's defense take advantage of that? We know that Lions offensive line, they are going to focus on number one, Micah Parsons. They will probably double team him, maybe even triple team him. They're going to chip him. They're going to do whatever it has to take to eliminate Micah Parsons from taking over this game. So I'm looking at Rashawn Gary and his return to Michigan. Let's go, man. Devontae Wyatt. Let's get some pressure up the middle. I think that's going to be a big thing, too, with a key matchup in this game from a Packers defensive standpoint is, can you get quick pressure? Lions aren't afraid to, quicker passing game. They want to get the ball out of Jared Goff's hands right away. They want to get it into their playmakers' hands like Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, use the speed of Jameson Williams. Big loss for them in not having Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta was the leading receiver for the Lions in their Week 1 matchup against Green Bay. So knowing Green Bay does not want to give up the big plays, okay? Knowing they're not going to want to do that, that's going to put more pressure on their corners. That's going to put more pressure on that defense to get after Jared Goff early. So can Green Bay get after him early? Can they put some pressure on him early? And then, back to the Packers' offensive side of things. When you look at this Week 1 matchup, and I don't want to take away too much from Week 1 because, we're in, Week 13 or whatever, so a lot of things have changed at this point. But you look at, Jordan Love, he was 16 of 22 in this game. You got to be able to play smart football in this one. You cannot turn the ball over and give the Lions extra possessions. You just can't. You have got to be smart with the football. But at the same time, I think that means I don't want them to be so blah vanilla all the time. I do think you have to be aggressive in certain points. And it sounds like Joseph, the safety for the Lions, is not going to be playing in this game. Which, on the back end, that's a big loss for the Lions. So can Green Bay take advantage of that? Can they attack maybe a little bit more in the passing game? So you have to be smart with the football. You cannot turn the ball over. But at the same time, I think you do have to be a little aggressive in trying to move down the field and coming away with touchdowns instead of field goals in this thing. You get in that red zone, you better be able to punch it in and get that touchdown. You better be able to come away with some scores. How about your defense? Looking at some of the numbers from that first matchup, Green Bay, yards per pass. Here we go. We were just talking about this, where the Lions like to get it out quick. Lions, 4.5 yards per pass, okay? Or 4.7 yards per pass. Green Bay was 8.5. There you go. Yards per play, Detroit, 3.8. Green Bay, 5.7. Turnovers, there was only one turnover in that game, and as we mentioned a little bit earlier, it was a huge turnover. Huge. If Green Bay's defense can win that turnover battle, that's going to go a long way to victory in this game as well. But you look at both these games, too, and like every single game, a lot is going to be decided in the trenches. Offensive lines, defensive lines. Which offensive line is going to play better? Which defensive front is going to play better? Which premier pass rusher is going to be able to wreak havoc? Micah Parsons, Aiden Hutchinson. Which one of those is going to take the ball game over? I mean, this is a heavyweight fight coming up tomorrow. A little over 24 hours away. Heavyweight fight. And a big thing, too, when you go back to that week one matchup, and I know I said I wasn't going to look too much at it, but I thought it was a big reason why Green Bay won. Since we're talking about offensive lines and defensive lines, the Lions, how many sacks did they have against Jordan Love? None. 0. And I get it. It was Aiden Hutchinson's first game back. But keeping Jordan Love clean in that game was a huge reason why Green Bay was able to win that ball game. And you factor in with the shoulder injury he's got, and we've seen the up and down performances from this offensive line this year. Having that group play at a high level is going to be huge. And on the flip side, Green Bay was able to sack Jared Goff 4 times in that game. Keeping Jordan Love clean. All right? Clean. It's going to be a big, big, big key to success for Green Bay. So who are the players that got to have a game? One from the offense, one from the defense. I got mine. What are yours? Send them on over. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more coming up in just a couple minutes. This holiday season, give your home a fresh new look with Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether it's cozy carpet for the living room, stylish luxury vinyl planks for the dining room, or durable vinyl for high traffic areas, Carpet City Flooring Center has the perfect flooring to make your home warm and welcoming for family and friends. Their experienced team will help you choose the right style, guide you through measurements, and provide professional installation, making it easy to get your home holiday ready without the stress. With quality products, fair pricing, and service that you could trust, Carpet City Flooring Center has been helping homeowners in the Chippewa Valley transform their spaces for years. Don't wait. Stop by today and see their wide selection or visit them online at carpetcitywi.com. Carpet City Flooring Center, bringing warmth, style, and comfort to your home this holiday season. Players that got to have a game. Players that got to have a game for the Packers to be able to come away with a victory tomorrow, Thursday, Thanksgiving. Defensively, I'm going to go Edgerrin Cooper. Now, this is going to be a collective effort and everything, but if we just narrow it down to just one on each side of the ball, I'm going to go Edgerrin Cooper. Edgerrin Cooper had 12 tackles in their first matchup. And I think he's going to be busy again coming up tomorrow, going up against Jahmyr Gibbs, maybe even patrolling, the middle of the field if they incorporate that shorter passing game. Edgerrin Cooper, to me, is going to be a guy that has got to have a game. Maybe he's even active in, pressuring the quarterback a little bit too. But to me, if he has a game like he did week 1 against the Lions, I think Green Bay's chances increase big time with their ability or with their chance to win the ball game. Offensively, I'm going to go Rasheed Walker, left tackle, because what we were just talking about earlier, the Packers' offensive line did not give up a sack in week 1. Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson was probably knocking off a little bit of rust in that. Okay? Totally get it. Totally understand that. But if Green Bay can keep Jordan Love clean again, especially with that bum left shoulder, if they can, keep that white jersey clean of any turf marks off of it, that's going to go a long ways into securing this W. And you could say the whole entire offensive line, and you'd be correct. But I'm looking at the blind side. I'm looking at the left tackle. I got more confidence in Zach Tom. Interior's maybe a little nervous too. So I'm going to go with the left tackle, assuming that's where Aiden Hutchinson's going to be lined up most of the time. So my players for Green Bay that have got to have a game: Edgerrin Cooper and Rasheed Walker. Those two guys, along with a lot of other guys, let's not kid ourselves, but those two guys, if they go out there and just ball out, I think Green Bay's got a good shot. But it's going to be tough. This, like I was saying a little bit earlier, this is a heavyweight fight. You've got two teams in this thing that are looking at this, I would say, as must-win games. Green Bay right now, second in the division. Detroit, third in the division. And I know there's 6 games left to go, and there's some big-time matchups to go on here, and the season isn't going to be, defined by the result of tomorrow's game. But, whoever – right now, Detroit's on the outside looking in if the playoffs started today. And if they lose tomorrow, they're just going to be a little bit further behind. Whereas Green Bay, they lose, they're currently in, they're going to be out. A lot of season left to be, I shouldn't say a lot of season because you're going to be entering the final quarter of the season, but they're going to have opportunities, other big games here. So if you could come away with a win, another division win for Green Bay, and knock down the Lions a little bit more to make it even more difficult for them to potentially get to the postseason, and you still got 2 games going up against Chicago on your schedule. This is a massive opportunity, massive, for Green Bay. And they have the opportunity to maybe answer some questions that people still have about this ball club. Maybe more so on the offensive side. Because let's not kid ourselves. I mean, even going back to the telecast on Sunday, Joe Davis, Greg Olson, those guys, they were all saying, this offense, it's kind of confusing. A little bit of an unknown yet. And probably at this point in time, as we wrap up November, probably not what you want to say about your offense, but they're not wrong. And you got a lot of, and I know they're talking heads, and, even us fans question it too, but there is this how good are they? Can they beat these great teams? Can they beat teams that are also Super Bowl contenders? You go into Detroit and you come away with a W? Not only would that silence some of the doubters, some of the critics out there, but hey, that would be a huge confidence boost within that locker room. That would make this mini bye week, if that's what you want to call it, a whole lot sweeter if you could go into Detroit and pick up that W and sweep the season series against the Lions. There's no question this is a big game for both sides, and for a lot of the same reasons, but also, maybe for a couple different reasons too. Detroit's probably just looking, okay, we got lucky. We squeaked by against the Giants. They've shown maybe some weaknesses this year. They haven't been as dominant, I think, as they thought they would be expected, and rightfully so. The level, that bar is incredibly high in terms of expectations and goals this year, and maybe quite haven't hit that mark. But this is, I'm nervous. It's a good nervous. I feel like I'm getting ready to suit up and get into this fight here too. But what a heck of an opportunity for Green Bay right now. What an absolute opportunity for them to go in there, get that W, move to 8-3-1. And then if Green Bay comes away with a victory tomorrow and puts themselves at that 8-3-1 mark, with 2 games left against Chicago, 1 more against Minnesota, and Baltimore and Denver still waiting in the wings, I feel like Green Bay at least has to hit 10 wins. They've got to get to 10 wins. You get that victory tomorrow, you're just 2 away from there with that remaining schedule. I'd be feeling confident. You can win your division games. Somehow you win the majority of your division games, you're going to be in a good spot. You're going to be in a really good spot. Chicago right now is 1-2 in a division. Green Bay, 2-0. Detroit, 1-2. Minnesota, 2-2. Man, this feels like a playoff game. This feels like a playoff game. There's been a lot of Packers Thanksgiving Day games over the years. Last year we had one against the Dolphins. We've had them against the Bears, a lot of them against the Lions. Not many over the years have come with this much intensity, maybe a lot on the line. The quality of the teams for both of these teams, the quality of the division overall, the NFC. Not many have felt like, this is kind of like a playoff game. 2023 definitely did. Jordan Love's first year as a starter, to go in there and pick up that huge win. But looking at the current state of how everything is shaping up for the NFC North and the NFC, and looking at where these 2 teams currently stand in the standings, you can't ask for anything better right now. All right, we got to take our final break here. Your players who got to have a game, your keys to victory, your key matchups, and let's do some bold predictions. I got a couple bold predictions I'm going to throw out there. Coming up after this Quick break. Make holiday shopping simple this year with a stop at Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From premium hand-cut roasts and holiday hams to perfectly seasoned brats, fresh ground beef, and all your favorite meats, Mike's has everything you need to make your holiday meals unforgettable. Stock up for family gatherings, gift great local flavor, and enjoy the quality and service that only a hometown market delivers. Mike's Star Market, bringing fresh, local goodness to your holiday season. Just drove by yesterday. Saw a truck with a couple of deer in there as well. So congrats to those. Don't forget, if you do have any luck in the woods, you can, well, first of all, snap that pic. But on my Facebook page, facebook.com/Dan Kasper Sports, put it on the thread that we got up there. It's kind of our virtual Because I think one of the things I do miss, and don't get me wrong, the convenience factor of registering online is awesome. Okay, I love it. I do miss driving through towns though, by the registration stations and seeing everybody's deer in the back of their trucks or on top of the cars, strapped down. So we're gonna do a little bit of a digital online version of that. So it's on my Facebook page. Look it up. It should be like the second or third post down. Thank you to a lot of you who already posted comments on there. I'm very jealous of a lot of you because those are some very impressive bucks and deers. No offense, surveyor, to your guy though. So, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. But nonetheless, if you do have any luck, put it up there. Especially in the next few days here, as we, it's the second week of deer camp, right? So if you are heading out in the woods, I'm hoping to get out there for a couple more times at the back end here. Best of luck. Be safe. And again, share those photos. All right. So bold prediction time. Bold prediction time for this Packers-Lions game. Game prediction, I'm keeping to the end. Bold prediction. Let's throw some bold predictions out there. Rashawn Gary gets 2 sacks in this game. Goes back to Michigan where he played college ball. He's going to have 2 sacks. I want it. I think we need it. Hell, he's going to have an opportunity. Okay? Because we know Detroit's going to be so focused on Micah Parsons like every other team in this league. Okay? Micah Parsons leads in double teams, for crying out loud. There's going to be opportunities for Rashawn Gary. Let's capitalize now. I mean, he was able to get in the backfield and cause a little bit of a ruckus yesterday or on Sunday. Not able to come down with any sacks. Got to get those sacks, though. I think he comes away with 2. That's a bold prediction. So that's a defensive one. I'll do one for each side. My offensive bold prediction. Jordan Love throws for 300. There, I said it. It's bold prediction. Jordan Love throws for 300 yards in this game. Everybody wants Jordan Love to cook. They want to see him throw the football more. They want to let Matt LaFleur maybe take the handcuffs off of Jordan Love a little bit. Jordan Love does that in this game, and he throws for 300 yards. Bold prediction. That's my bold prediction. So, what are yours? You can hit me up. All right, let me know. 715-830-1912. Zach, by the way, does say on our YouTube stream, be careful on the roads. He says the roads are terrible this morning in the Chippewa-Eau Claire area. So definitely be safe out there, hitting the roads and such. So thanks for sending that over. Zach. I'm just trying to look at. So Jordan Love has thrown for 300 yards in 2 games this year. That Cowboys tie and that win against Pittsburgh when he threw for 360. I wasn't sure because I knew it couldn't have been too many times that he threw for 300 this year. 273 against Carolina, 292 against Washington. Yeah, I'll stick with it. 300. At least 300 against Detroit. We'll have plenty more Packers and Lions talk throughout the morning here. We're going to get Brandon Berg on coming up in the next hour as well. We're going to have a little fun with this one. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, Brandon Berg and I are going to do a live edition of the Man Cave podcast. We are drafting the ultimate Thanksgiving Day party, whatever we want to call it. And we're going to leave it up to the listeners to vote which Thanksgiving Day get-together they would rather go to. We're going to be drafting not only meals and foods, but activities, and we can't have the same. Okay, we can't have the same. So maybe the first pick is a turkey. Maybe the first pick is a side dish. All right, we're going to have a little fun with this. But we're going to need you, the listeners. And I'm telling you right now, if you don't vote for me, you're not my friend. Just going to throw that out there. But we're going to do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Also, with tomorrow being Thanksgiving, what are you thankful for as a sports fan? Maybe as a Wisconsin sports fan. Maybe you're not a Wisconsin sports fan, but you're just a sports fan of a different team, but you're still thankful for that team, that player, whatever, for the past year. What is it? Share your thankfulness. Share your thanks with the rest of us. Text it on over. Comment on the YouTube stream. We'll get to some of those coming up a little bit later on. But kind of think about it. What are you thankful for as a sports fan, as a Wisconsin sports fan? You know, for example, maybe you're like, you know what? I'm thankful for Pat Murphy. I'm thankful for the Milwaukee Brewers this past season. I'm thankful for something, Giannis being with the Bucks, something like that. Just looking at the past year or so. All right? There's got to be something you're thankful. I know there's been some heartbreak, maybe a little bit for some Wisconsin sports fans and that, but there's some good stuff to be happy about. I got my list, so we're gonna do that coming up a little bit later on. Also, it is Wednesday, so it's our normal Am I Wrong? What's your sports take? What's your sports opinion that you would argue? You would defend. That's probably the best way to put it. You would defend. Am I wrong for thinking this? Am I wrong for saying this? All right. Well, what do you got? Well, we will do a local sports roundup too, since Brandon's going to be joining us. I know we got some high school basketball that's underway. College-wise, Blue Golds, men's team, another win last night. They remain undefeated. Women's team got another win. They just have one loss of the season. UW Stout women's team also picked up a win. UW Stout men's basketball team fell last night to Hamlin University. So we'll hit that up, plus some high school basketball that is getting underway. And I know Brandon's got some stuff that in the Chippewa Herald about wrestling and that too, because we are now into the winter sports season after the football championships this past weekend. So we will do a local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. We'll probably do that. Maybe we'll do that in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll see. So, all right, shot clock is going to cut me off here in 30 seconds. Continue to send over some of your bold predictions. What are you thankful for? Your keys to victory, your key matchups, your game predictions for tomorrow's Packers-Lions game. Are you in agreement with the majority of people who voted on the Post Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question, where 80% picked the Packers? 80% went with the Packers. Were you the 20% that went with the Lions? All right. One in. We got a couple more to go. News updates, and we'll be back after these quick words. Second hour kicking off right now on this rather snowy start, depending on where you are listening to us from. Tom from across the pond, our resident Lions fan. I don't know if it's snowing over there in good old Europe, but it's snowing over here. So be safe if you are on the roads here this morning. If you got to travel to work or maybe dropping the kiddos off somewhere or just heading on the roads, be safe. Use caution out there. I know we had a couple people texting again this morning saying definitely a little bit tricky out there on the road. So it is that time of year. Coming up, we're going to catch up with our good friend, Mr. Brandon Berg. We're going to do some local sports roundup with the high school basketball season, wrestling and all that in action, college-wise for the Blue Golds. We're going to hit that all up and get the roundup from our friend Brandon. We've got our Am I Wrongs? A couple of you already texted in some bold predictions as well. So we'll talk a little Bucks with the Bucks back in action tonight, looking to end their 5-game skid, but they're going up against a hot Miami Heat team tonight. So we'll hit all that up, but joining us a little bit earlier via the phone is Mr. Joe DeGuano this morning. Good morning, Joe. How are you?
I am excellent, sir, and I have to ask, how was hunting with you and Hudson?
It was good. It was, he didn't see anything when he did sit with me, but it didn't deter him or anything like that. He got a little cold, so he had to leave the woods a little bit earlier on opening morning. So,
but it had to be so cool. That's one of those father-son moments that you just say, I'm going to remember this, he's going to remember this. And again, I'm not a hunter, but I equate it to the first Packer game my dad took me to in 1977, and I remember that game well. So you created a pretty cool memory for yourself and your son there, Captain.
Yeah, I just wish we could have got a deer because I think he did get a little bored at times, but that's okay. So I was just impressed he got up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, I thought the pictures were cool and everything was cool. So I'm glad you had a chance to share that. And again, I look back, I was talking to a lot of Viking fans this past weekend at Lambeau, who first time at Lambeau. And I started remembering and going back to my first game at Lambeau. And of course, we got a big football game tomorrow with the Lions and Packers. So we got a lot to talk about, Dan.
Yeah, we do, and it's kind of I was talking about this the last couple times. We've seen a lot of games between Packers and Lions on Thanksgiving Day, and this one, I would say 2023 with Jordan Love's first year as a starter is up there too. But in terms of like both these teams, the points, where they're at in this season, the expectations for these teams, you look across the conference, the division, I could probably count on one hand. This is probably top two in terms of importance with this matchup, I feel like, for tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt. And I was watching NFL Live last night, and they had the stats that I believe, and I might be a little off on the numbers, but the point is the importance of the game, because Green Bay, according to stats, makes the playoffs 91. Their probability is 91% if they win tomorrow. I believe it drops down to like 44% if they lose. The Lions, if they lose tomorrow, they go down to, I believe, like 15% chance to make the playoffs. So, yeah, you can't underestimate the value in this game and the importance of this game. And, again, you've got two teams. You hit it on the head. Expectations high for both teams. Both teams have had games this year and weeks this year where they haven't performed to their potential. And so, yeah, this is a huge football game. And, of course, the pomp and circumstance that comes with Thanksgiving Day in Detroit, Packers and Green Bay, or Packers and Lions, it just doesn't get any better.
How much do you, you were at the game on Sunday, and that was an insanely quick game. I was wishing it would actually go a little bit longer because I was watching it at my tree stand and just to burn some daylight and such, and it got done incredibly quick. Or on the flip side, you have Detroit that went to overtime against the Giants. I know some people have been talking about, hey, is that an advantage for Green Bay? How much, if any, of an advantage do you think that does help Green Bay that, hey, they were able to get through that game against the Vikings fairly quick and such, whereas Detroit, they struggled a little bit against the Giants.
Well, yeah, you go to an overtime game on a short week like the Lions did against the Giants, and then you compare it to what Green Bay went through with Minnesota. I think it's a huge advantage for Green Bay. I think, again, anytime you've got a short week, that you look at what happened the previous week, and it could be travel, it could be the type of game it was. I think it is an advantage. I think you look at Green Bay, and obviously the only injury of significance in that Minnesota game was Keyshawn Nixon, and he's trending up as far as his participation in practice. So we'll see what happens with him. But yeah, I think it is advantage Green Bay when you compare the type of game that Detroit had in a high-scoring shootout, going overtime, long game, that type of thing, compared to a relatively easy, quote-unquote, boring game for Green Bay and Minnesota. So, yeah, I think, when you look at the advantage-disadvantage, I say advantage Green Bay on that one.
Going back to that Minnesota game here quick, I know there were some fans, and even on the telecast, were like, why isn't Green Bay's offense kind of putting the dagger in or the kill shot right away? And we heard LaFleur and Love after the game kind of talk about, it was based off how well the defense was playing. They were going to play mistake-free football and such. I think there was a little bit more to it in terms of, was this more maybe protecting Jordan Love too with that shoulder, not putting him in a position to take some unnecessary hits and such. Did you have a problem with how Green Bay kind of called their offensive game plan in the second half when it was pretty easy to tell that maybe this game was going to be over with?
No, you know what? Not really. In the moment, you kind of get a little antsy and you kind of say, all right, let's get this third down and let's punch it in and really put the game away rather than settle for three. But then in retrospect, and when you look at everything that happened in the game and you look and you know what's coming, I don't have an issue with it. And again, when Green Bay put Anthony Belton in at right guard, it really truly changed the dynamic of the game for Green Bay. That inside zone, when Matt LaFleur called 7 straight inside zone plays, pretty much right over Anthony Belton, it kind of changed the dynamic of the game for Green Bay. So, looking back on it, you've got Love coming off a little bit of a shoulder. You've got the Lions coming up. You're running the ball effectively. Your defense is playing well. You don't want to show too much from a short week standpoint. So in retrospect, I didn't have any problems with it. In the game, in the moment, yeah, you're sitting there and you're saying, "Come on, LaFleur, let's get the dagger out." And but I think Green Bay felt it, that they had the game in control. And I think, again, with everything considered, looking back at that game was okay with the quote unquote conservative nature of LaFleur's game calling.
Looking at this game's second matchup with the Lions here, obviously the first one being week 1, and a lot has changed here. But would you say maybe it's the biggest key to victory for this Packers team is to somehow slow Jahmyr Gibbs like they did in week 1? Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs had 10 catches in week 1, those for 31 yards, and he had like 19 yards rushing. He's coming off of another monster game against the Giants. Is he the biggest key to victory for this Packers team, maybe from a defensive standpoint?
No question. He's just explosive, and it just sometimes it boggles my mind when Detroit almost, in my opinion, and again, I don't study them closely, but when I watch some of their games, it sometimes seems like they forget they have him, and he'll disappear for periods in games, and all of a sudden when he gets the ball in his hands, then he's explosive, then he becomes that guy again. So yeah, I think, from a defensive standpoint, I think you've got to shut him down, and you've got to make Jared Goff go back, and you've got to make him throw the ball, almost what Philadelphia did to Jared Goff a couple of weeks ago. And again, I think that's really, I think you nailed it. You slow Gibbs down. You don't give him the opportunity. And when you look at Gibbs, even in David Montgomery, between the two of them, they're averaging over 5 yards a carry between the two of them. And then you compare that to Green Bay, and Green Bay with Wilson and with Jacobs, they're hovering around, 3.8, 3.9, 4 yards a carry. So when you go an extra yard per carry, So when you're looking at that 4 yards of carry rather than 5 yards of carry, it's just such a big difference maker. So, yeah, I think overall when you say Gibbs, I think you got to throw Montgomery in there, and you've got to stop Detroit's running game. You've got to make them a little bit more one-dimensional. And I think also you've got to get up on them early. And again, if you can get up on that early, and the magic equation is to make it a two-score game early. And if you go back to Thanksgiving 2 years ago, it's exactly what Green Bay did. They had a long time-consuming drive to start the game off with a touchdown, I believe was Love to Reed with that first touchdown. Then you get a turnover, and then you score again, and now it's a two-score game, and it just changes your offensive play calling mindset. And so shut down the run, make them one-dimensional, and get out to that early lead. And that also quiets the crowd, and I think that's what happened 2 years ago. Green Bay was able to nullify the crowd and never allow them to get back in the game. So, yeah, if you're looking at keys to the game, stop the run with both Gibbs and Montgomery, get out to an early lead, and then, take the air out of the ball a little bit like you did against Minnesota.
Looking back at that Week 1 game, too, I thought a big reason why Green Bay won that game, Detroit didn't sack Jordan Love at all in that game. And I know Aiden Hutchinson was probably maybe a little rusty first game back from his injury last year and such. But can Green Bay keep Jordan Love clean again this game? I mean, now we've got a bigger sample size of this offensive line. How confident are you with this offensive line from Green Bay being able to keep Jordan Love clean in this game?
You know what? Again, it's Hutchinson and then the rest. He's got 8.5 sacks this year. When you look at the double teams that he's getting, Hutchinson, that is, this year, compares to what Micah Parsons is getting. So, yeah, I think you got to get the ball out in rhythm. And you got to almost play a little bit how some teams play the Packers. They're getting the ball out quick because of Micah Parsons. And I think that's the offensive game plan this week, is you got to get the ball out quick, get it out in rhythm, and don't make Hutchinson the guy that beats you. And when you look at his stats last week in the Giants, you look at the percentage of times he was double-teamed. Again, the Giants struck gold last week when they were double-teaming Hutchinson. So if you can get a double over there, because it just doesn't seem right now that Detroit is getting that complementary pass rusher that you need when you've got that stud on one side. So, yeah, I think you're going to have to double-team Hutchinson, and I think that's when you're going to pick your poison on maybe some play action and taking some shots deep. And that's exactly what the Giants did. You look at the success in that game that the Giants had offensively. It's when they were double-teaming Hutchinson. So I think what you do is when you're not double-teaming him, you got to get the ball out quick. You got to throw in rhythm, and you've got to take those 5 to 7 yard plays. And Jordan Love needs to be patient with those and work his way down the field rather than go for the big shot if you're not double teaming him. Now, again, when you get into a double, and if Green Bay can run the ball to some success early, and then you can make play, and you put Jordan Love under the center, and then you get play action, it changes the game. So the double teams will be important on Hutchinson. Getting the ball out quick will be important for Love. And again, getting into a rhythm so that Green Bay can keep Detroit's defense back on their heels.
You mentioned the Packers running game. Did they find something in a nod to the greats Kevin Barry and the old U71 package with with Kennard and the U70? I mean, do you want to see more of that in this game like we did against Minnesota?
Yeah, I think Green Bay has found a rhythm, and hopefully they can build on that. I thought Wilson played a heck of a game, and you saw fresh, young legs in there. And again, Josh Jacobs lobbied the Packers to play right up until the time when you got to submit your inactive. And I think it was smart for Green Bay to sit him, and I expect Josh Jacobs to be back in this game. I also see a little bit more of Wilson, even with Josh Jacobs back. I think you might see a little bit more of a thunder and lightning. And again, Emmanuel Wilson isn't necessarily that lightning when you can compare and contrast. But I think you're going to see a little bit more of both of those backs playing. But I got to tell you, he made some mistakes. But yeah, I like Kennard coming in on those plays, and Green Bay got creative when he was in, and when you're at the game, you can see a little bit more of that. But again, hats off to Belton. in my opinion, when you've got Sean Ryan now playing center, and you've got Banks at that left guard, and you've got Belton now at that right guard, you've got three guys over 330 pounds in that interior. And again, the way Belton was able to knock guys off the line of scrimmage, it was so impressive. And so I think yeah, with Kennard coming in, that's a big part of it. I also think Green Bay has found something with Josh Wiley. And again, protecting the edge, and even Fitzpatrick. When you look at it, I think, everyone expected Luke Musgrave to take that next step. I think the best place for Luke Musgrave to be is split out. So if you're going 12 personnel with two tight ends, either Fitzpatrick or Wiley as the other tight end, you split out Musgrave at that point, and now you've got some mismatches in the passing game as well. So, yeah, I think the running game, though, Belton, Kennard, I like what I'm seeing more and more from Sean Ryan. He is auditioning for that center of the future, but I think Green Bay found some things they can build on. And again, if you go with those multiple tight end packages, it opens up things down the field as well.
All right. Before we let you go here, Joseph, what's the prediction like for tomorrow's Turkey Day game?
Captain, it's so hard in these types of games because you say to yourself, am I thinking with my head or am I thinking with my heart? And you try to remove the emotion and the fandom out of making these picks, and you try to give objectivity to it. And when I look at it, Detroit's banged up, and obviously Green Bay has some injuries as well. But when you look at the guys not participating for Detroit, and Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph probably not going to play. So you've got that. Yeah, you've got their center, Glasgow. He didn't participate in practice, so I don't know what's going to be with him. So I think with Detroit being banged up, I think Green Bay may be finding an identity. I think Green Bay wins this game, and I don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be 2 years ago where you felt that Green Bay was in control most of that game. I think this is going to be a 27-24 kind of ball game. And again, I say 27 because, outside of last week, that was the magic number for Green Bay winning. So I'm going with the Pack on this one, and I'm going by a field goal.
All right, I like it. Well, Joe, have a very happy Thanksgiving with you and your family and such. We appreciate the time this morning, and we'll catch up with you next week, sir.
All right, Dan, and I got to tell you, I'm thankful for your friendship, my friend. I'm thankful for the partnership and your willingness to allow me to get back on the air a little bit after, putting the old guy back on the air. And again, very thankful for your friendship, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family and all the Sports Talk listeners.
Right back at you, man. Have a good weekend, and we'll catch up soon, okay?
All right, Dan. Take care, brother.
You got it. There you go. There's Joe DeGuano joining us here this morning, chatting some green and gold. Let's take a quick break, and we're going to bring in our dude, Mr. Brandon Berg. He's coming up after these quick words. We want to give some love to our good friends at Tilden Gun. Obviously, we talk a lot about Tilden Gun, but they are up for a few categories in the best of polls out there. So if you just head to their Facebook page, they've got the links up there. If you can go vote for Tilden Gun, go ahead and do so. Our friends Carpet City Flooring Center is also up. AJM Automotive is also up. VFW Post 305. A lot of our partners. Which mic are you on? Let's. Oh, I should probably turn that part on. There you go. Rookie. Try again, Brandon.
I don't want talking about it.
What were you going to say?
Oh, I said I don't think it's a coincidence. I mean, you surround yourself with good people and me.
On par right
there
away.
We go.
So, but no, you can get big Tilden Gun over there's got the links up. I think they're in 3 different categories, along with Carpet City Flooring Center, along with AJM Automotive and VFW. Mike's Star Market's on there too. I think all of our partners, Post Glass and Mirror, everybody's up there too. And if you want, you can vote for this program too. I always said if we ever somehow get first, I'd throw a huge party.
Really?
Yep.
Vote for all of those people and things he just said. I want to see what this huge party looks like.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of parties, Festivus is less than a month away.
It is. It is.
At the VFW Post 305 on Star Avenue. So it's going to be a good time. Going to be a great time. Hopefully you can hang out with us. Let's make it. It's because it's going to be the final program of the year. And speaking of, I want to make that our submission for best show in the state of Wisconsin. So we need your help, though. So stop on by. We'll be there from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. If you got to work that day, maybe stop by for breakfast or just a quick hello. We'll nail down a time for the Feats of Strength in case anybody wants to come and watch that. Because that is the most probably hilarious part of the whole day. So, but we'll nail down a time for that and put that out there. So we won't fly by the seat of our pants for that one. So some people might be doing something in their pants after that.
But that's up to them. And
yep. So happy Thanksgiving, Brandon.
Happy early Thanksgiving.
We are going to do at 9 o'clock, I've been saying this, a live edition of the podcast.
Okay.
And that's when we're going to do our draft.
Okay, yeah.
So I was talking a little bit about it earlier. Our categories, again, it's a draft. It's not a top 5 plus.
No, this is a draft. There will only be one of things that we are picking.
Yep. So is it going to be the meat, the main course or whatever?
The meat, yeah.
Meat. Are we doing 2 sides?
2 sides.
Okay. You said a wild card
A wild
food?
card a wild card food that could be anything. Just depends on what you want to throw in there, I think. Like it could be any of those categories.
Oh, it could be any of those.
Like
then activity is another one.
Correct.
Okay.
And then dessert.
And then dessert.
So 6.
So 6. Okay. So wild card is literally
like you could
wild card.
Yeah, you could if you want to throw another dessert in there, I think you can. If you want to throw another meat in there, I think you can.
Another activity in there?
You could throw another activity in there if you want to. You could just add to the side dishes. Nothing wrong with that.
So essentially Brandon's creating based off a draft and I'm creating based off this, the best Thanksgiving Day get together.
Yes. Once we're done, based on the meal and the activity.
The whole day plans.
Yep, we're planning this out. This isn't just a meal. Oh, no, this is bigger.
Yep, it's the day. It's the day.
By the way, if we were power ranking like holidays, where would Thanksgiving rank for you?
3.
It'd be pretty high for me, too.
2 or 3. It's hard because I'm a spooky guy, so I like Halloween, but I don't do anything for Halloween.
Right, yeah.
So, but whereas Thanksgiving, it's hunting. So I would say it's like 2 or 3. Christmas is number 1 for me. So
it's up there. I mean, I'd obviously just what is Thanksgiving? You eat a lot. Well, I can do that. But like,
there's hunting, there's football. I mean, there's more to it. So it's hard because I like spooky stuff. I like paranormal stuff, but I don't really do anything for Halloween. So
right.
That's
I think mine would be probably pretty similar.
Yeah. So I can make a case for 2. My favorite time of the year though is probably right after Thanksgiving and the lead up to Christmas because the anticipation of the holiday season. That's usually when some people are a little nicer in the year. So, all right, continue to send us your keys to victory, your key matchups, all that fun stuff when it comes to this game tomorrow. A little bit later on, I'm going to throw this out to you as well, Brandon. Next hour, we'll do this. What are you thankful for in the sports world? For your sports teams, whatever it may be, what are you thankful for? Everybody else, what are you thankful for your favorite teams or athletes or whatever? We did have a little earlier. Don't know who this is. Looks like it's first-time texter. I'm thankful You might not like this after, though. I am thankful I became a Dodgers fan as a kid 75 years ago.
There.
So many heartbreaks and thrills over the years. The Classic World Series this year was epic. Tim Nicouli, region a little bit earlier, said, bold prediction, Fitzpatrick and Musgrave combined for $120 and 2 tuds. So, all right. You want to do a quick local sports round just because it's kind of a, overlook sort of thing. Are you good, or are you?
Yeah.
You got okay.
Yep.
What are you looking at? Playing games?
I am. I'm playing Tetris. No, I'm kidding.
What Candy Crush? Is that still a thing?
I have no idea.
I don't know if it is either. So I think I know what you're doing. You're probably on Twitter doing something, retweeting stuff.
I actually am. I'm helping the program.
All right, let's do a little local sports roundup brought to you by our good friends at Carpet City. I just got the notification. Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. So we've had some games start for high school basketball for girls. Did boys kind of get underway? Or
A few did.
Okay.
A few did. A few teams will get going the Tuesday before because that's the first day they can. So
Gotcha.
like a couple teams played, but not many.
Okay.
I know Stanley Boy picked up a win over Colby. Spencer picked up a win over Cadott. Like there are a few games out there, but not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So really that'll start, full bore next week.
Gotcha.
There's more. I would say there was more in the way of girls basketball action
Mm-hmm.
going on from last night. So I mean that's kind of, and pretty much every team by now has played at least one game. So I mean,
Gotcha.
That's,
And we're not to the conference stuff. Right
no,
like
girls
that,
I believe starts next week for a lot of conferences. The Western
Okay.
Clover Belt, Big Rivers. I think East Lakeland gets going at the end of next week. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, looking at last night, Menominee picked up a win over Lakeland. Eau Claire Memorials, picked up a sizable win over Holman. Superior. That's one of the games I was at. Pulled away to beat Chippewa Falls 55-39. So
Gotcha.
yeah, and then I mean, otherwise, just on the girls basketball side of things, Cameron close win over Fall Creek 63-62. Owen Withy, Elk Mound, McDonald all won. So yeah, by now most girls teams have a game or two under their belt. But yeah, starting next week we're full bore for about 3 weeks.
Gotcha.
Then Christmas comes, and then some play over Christmas and some don't. Then we hit the New Year, and then we kind of get it back going again.
Yep. Wrestling wise, I know you just wrote a little bit about wrestling. Right?
Yeah.
It's coming up here, so it's getting to be. Has practice started there? Or do we have stuff coming
Correct.
up?
Yeah.
So.
Right. Yeah. Practice got underway. I mean, you'll really, and that's another one where next week.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part, I mean, really everybody, but you'll see events getting going with some conference duels and stuff like that. So wrestling, boys swimming is another one that got going, and there was some action last night. But otherwise, really, I mean, so many of these, if they haven't gotten going yet, they will next week. So
hockey was, I think, what your latest piece was. What I was thinking about with girls hockey.
Yes, girls hockey,
up,
boys and girls. Well, girls hockey teams are underway. Boys, a lot of them will get going if they haven't. Maybe later this week. I know Chippewa Falls plays a couple games here this weekend. So, but yeah, last night I spent a little time up at Chippewa Ice Arena where Chippewa Falls Menominee girls hockey pulled away, picked up a 5-2 win over Northland Pines. So
Good old Northland Pines.
Northland Pines.
Good old Lumberjack Conference foe.
That is definitely a trip you make on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And I mean, there was a lot of those last night. Like talking after the girls basketball game with Chippewa coach Becca Bessel, she mentioned that they played Superior. Obviously, that's a haul.
Yeah.
And we were kind of talking. She's like, yeah, this is usually one of those games that kind of gets scheduled the Tuesday before Thanksgiving because whoever has to make the trip, obviously, you don't want to, you're not getting home till 1 a.m, and you don't want to do that and then have to be in school 6 hours later. Right. So
that's true.
So there's a good amount of the Northland Pines is another one where I mean that's a lot more palatable trip to make.
Yep.
When you're doing it, when you don't have school the next day.
Exactly. So. Swimming is going on.
Yeah, boys
too,
swimming.
so.
Yeah, boys swimming is they're underway. So
all right, so that's
yeah. We're gonna have, especially coming after Thanksgiving, we're gonna have the full gambit of winter sports off and running. So
perfect. I know Blue Gold's men's basketball picked up another win to remain undefeated to begin their season. Women's team also picked up a win last night. They only have one loss on the season. And then stout wise, women's team picked up a win over Hamlin. Boys fell. Hockey's going on. Women's, I mean, you talk about a new head coach, and then they pick up a win against number 1 River Falls. That's a fantastic way to be. It was just a really good weekend this past weekend for the Blue Golds, with volleyball advancing to the Elite Eight, too, and wrestling picking up another first place, swimming and diving, dominating. It was just all across the board here, too. So I know they're kind of, for especially like basketball-wise, boys basketball just got done playing in a couple tournament champs, and we're going to be getting close to some conference action for that as well. So, all right, that's just a quick local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center, just because we're kind of getting into the winter season here. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back coming up after these few words. As we know, winter is here. It's going to be coming full force, and got to make sure your vehicle is ready to do battle against some of this winter weather, maybe for some holiday traveling as well. So make sure to get your appointment made at AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. Their expert technicians will make sure your car is prepared for snow, ice, and long trips. From brake checks, tire changes, to battery tests and fluid inspections, they've got you covered. And, well, with some slippery road conditions here too, if you do get into trouble, AJM Automotive offers towing services to get you safely off the road. So give them a call, 715-835-9523. That's 715-835-9523. Bucks are back at it tonight here as well. I know last week, Brandon, we were talking a little bit about it. They're on a 5-game losing streak right now. They're going up against a hot Miami Heat team. So 8-10 on the season. Where's your vibe on this Bucks team right now? I know we're not quite to the first quarter of the season.
Right.
Yet,
I mean, obviously things changed when Giannis went down with the injury. I mean, this was kind of a question we had of, okay, what does this team look like when he's not out there? Because inevitably you figured at some point, he would miss some time.
Right.
And, yeah, I mean, it's just there's things they do really well, and then there's things that I think get exacerbated when Giannis isn't out there.
Right.
And that's just kind of, to me, been what the last few weeks have been about.
Right. Yeah. So 6:30 tip time tonight. You can listen to it on the radio dials 105.1 FM and 790 AM. Then we got Badger basketball in action tomorrow, coming off their loss to BYU, which I know last I chatted with you, we were pumped about that game, and well, it reminded me almost exactly like the tournament game where BYU just couldn't miss.
Right.
It was just like, am I rewatching this again? And I hope that's not indicating anything for Wisconsin going forward or anything like that. But I think it was, hey, all right, they were off to a 4-0 start. They were off to a really good start. A good litmus test this early on to see how they match up with one of the best teams in the country.
And it goes to show, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done. I mean, BYU is a great team. Like, that's a team that's going to be top 1 or 2, maybe a 3 if they slip a little bit seed in the NCAA tournament. And certainly you'd like to see them put together a more competitive effort than they did. But, early season, you use it as a learning experience, knowing that you've got a bunch of other games against, solid opponents coming up, and you just kind of want to see, like, okay, where does it go from here? As far as, okay, did you learn from that? Were you able to kind of take away, okay, well, we struggled defending, and maybe some of our younger players weren't quite ready for prime time yet. Well, that's you've got the rest of the season to kind of work into shape there.
Right, exactly. So, and then just kind of going through what's up on the schedule, since this is our final show for this week. Battle for the Axe coming up here. I mean, there's like a slim if the Wisconsin wins, right? I mean, a lot would have to happen, but still.
Colton Bartholomew from the Wisconsin State Journal had put a piece today about kind of what would it take. Essentially, the Badgers rank pretty highly in the APR, which is basically that's kind of the tiebreaker when you need to take 5 and 7 teams, and APR ranks your academics.
Okay.
So basically, you're taking
that's good.
which I think is a good way to kind of look at it. Like, okay, look, if you're gonna have to take a 5 and 7 team for a bowl game, well, let's take the ones that are doing the best in the classroom. I have no problem with that. And they rank pretty high. It's just that they would need a lot of scenarios to kind of go their way.
Right. But nonetheless, a nice win against Illinois. They do have 2 wins against ranked opponents when they've played them.
And I mean, I think the thing that was the most impressive was the Washington game. We kind of know what that was. The offense didn't really do much. The defense gave them a couple short fields. They made a couple plays and they held on.
Right.
The Illinois game, like, they actually beat them. Like, they were the better team that day on the field in all phases. Like, that was, that was encouraging. The run game got going a little bit. Darian Dupree had himself a good game. Carter Smith looking a little better than he had the weeks before. You're kind of seeing those subtle growth pieces that you want to see. And, suddenly, I mean, this game obviously has a little bit more juice than they might have a couple weeks ago, just, simply because the Badgers have had a pulse.
Right. And Gophers are coming off a loss against Northwestern.
Right.
So,
and a game where, Northwestern, who did not have a good offense, I think they were ranked maybe, outside of the top 100 in a lot of categories. I mean, they lit them up. So now, as a Badger fan, I think you're going in thinking, hey, well, maybe this offense can put together another big game. Because I think at this point, you feel relatively confident the defense is going to give you a chance. Because even in the Oregon game, the Michigan game, there were games that they lost. First half of the Indiana game, I mean, holding Indiana 10 points in the first half is impressive. Like, and I will give Mike Tress a lot of credit because he reworked a lot of what they did. In the offseason. They got bigger in the trenches. They got more aggressive with how they play. And that defense has been legitimately, I would say, good. Not great, but good, especially slowing down the run. And that's going to be big against Minnesota, who wants to run the ball, Darius Taylor.
Right.
I mean, they find different ways to get him the ball. And I think that was, when you look back at last year, a big reason for the struggles the Badgers have is in the games against Iowa, Nebraska, and Minnesota, they can stop the run. They were manhandled in those games. That's not happening as much anymore. So to me, that's kind of what it comes down to is, can the Badgers run the ball relatively consistently? Can Darian Dupree build on? And Carter Smith's going to be a part of it in the run game. And with how Jeff Grime does it, even the receivers. We saw Vinny Anthony run for a touchdown. We saw some big runs on the ground with him and Trech Kekahuna. They're going to have a diversified run game.
Yeah.
Can they do enough? Put together some long drives. I mean, I think a big part of why they beat Illinois was, that first touchdown drive was like 8.5 minutes. You piece together one or two of those a game, you're going to win the time of possession. You're going to keep that defense fresh.
Right. So let's say they win and they bring the axe home. They finish 5-7. Let's assume they don't go to a bowl game. But considering the waves of emotions that this season has given us as Badgers fans, if they win, how do you look back at this season then? Are you optimistic for next year?
I would be. And I think it gives you more optimism, but it still sets up the same scenario where I think going into next year, we've talked about kind of the baseline is make a bowl game.
Yeah.
If you're Luke Fickell, you have to make a bowl game.
Yep.
But if they were to finish on a high note, then suddenly you're going into the offseason, I think, feeling, better about things, better about how the offenses look, better about, certainly better about the defense. Just feeling like, with some of these younger players that are making their way onto the field, okay, you can kind of see it a little bit, knowing that you're not going to be facing, however many, highly ranked teams that this Badgers team has faced this year.
Right. Yeah. It definitely, it would almost, do you think that's by any accident ever since, hey, Luke Fickell is going to be back next year? There's just been this vibe change.
I think that's a little bit of it because there was just so much uncertainty. It seemed like every time the Badgers lost, people were keeping an eye on social media, like, okay, is he going to get fired?
Right.
But there was, and even though that really wasn't, I don't think the feeling, there was a lot of undefinitiveness there. And I said at the time that even if, I didn't think he was going to get fired, but at the same time, I said I like that Chris McIntosh came out and said that just to give a sense of just finality, like, okay, this is not going to happen. Whether you agree with the move or not, just being able to come out and say, hey, this is not going to happen. We're going to move, just so it's not a distraction.
Right.
And you're right. That was the week of the Washington game. And I mean, it had to be obviously a distraction for the players. I'm sure for the coaches as well.
Because you're probably pressing. I mean, think about the human side of it. If you feel like you're under pressure from your boss or something like that, you're probably a little on edge and stuff. And I mean, we all know you perform better when you're more relaxed and probably and not worrying about outside stuff.
Right. I would say in the last 12 quarters, they've played probably 10 good ones. Relatively speaking. The last two against Indiana, I mean, Indiana's they're the second-ranked team in the country. They just pulled away.
Yeah.
That happens.
Yep.
They were just outclassed. But, the Washington game, especially the defense, obviously the offense still struggled. But then, and I really do think that Illinois game, that was 4 good quarters. That was 4 good quarters in all 3 phases. And that's kind of what it takes. And if that's how it looks for the Badgers, if they're going to win, again, it kind of looks a little bit like what we've seen in the past. It's just different. The run game is more quarterback and receiver lean. There's a facet of that too, as opposed to, hey, we're going to give it to this stud running back 25 times and this other stud running back 10 times.
Right.
So, I mean, that's part of it. If they lose on Saturday, depending on how it looks, you could be like, okay, well, we had talked about kind of going into this last month. If you find a way to win 2 games, there's reason for optimism there. They've done that. Now it's, can you win that third? Can you get something back in that empty trophy case?
Right. Against probably your top rival.
Oh, I would say so. I mean, obviously it's Minnesota. I mean, it's Minnesota and Iowa. I mean, there's a trophy game in Nebraska, but that's kind of to me a second-tier rivalry.
Yeah.
For the Badgers, but that's there's no doubt. I mean, the Wisconsin Minnesota is the longest, isn't it? It's the longest played rivalry in the country.
Yep.
I don't think you and I have to talk to them and say, Wisconsin, Minnesota, they like to get after each other in sports. So,
Did we do, not to get off tangent here, did we do a top 5 best rivalries? Because it is rivalry.
We did trophies.
Did we do trophies?
We did trophies because my number one was
that's right.
was Montana State at the Brawl of the Wild.
Yep. Yeah.
And the 300-pound bear trophy.
Yes, I remember.
And I had
that
the
now.
axe pretty high up there too. But yeah, so
because then we have one. It was like a cannon.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you had that on your list.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did that a while back.
Mm-hmm.
But just to be able to come into the off season with some momentum. I mean, I think that's big for
and optimism.
Optimism. Like, I mean, if Carter Smith goes on and has a good game, you're probably thinking going into the offseason, you know what, we might just roll with this kid.
Yeah.
And based on what we've seen so far, it's been inconsistent. There's work to be done throwing the ball, but I think you've seen improvements.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, in lieu of trying to find that senior quarterback in the transfer portal, maybe you just say, we're going to go, maybe we'll find a veteran that can, that understands, okay, you're going to be the backup, maybe an opportunity depending on how things goes.
Right.
But like Carter Smith is the guy we're going to go with.
Right. All right, we got to take a quick break, and then we're going to wrap up the second hour as we approach halftime here on this Wednesday morning. We'll be right back after these few words. Winter activities are here. Skiing, snowboarding, ice skating. Are you ready? Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine in Eau Claire is here to help you stay active and injury-free this season. From sports injuries to joint pain and arthritis, their experienced specialists provide personalized care and advanced treatments to get you back on the slopes or the ice quickly and safely. Don't let winter keep you on the sidelines. Schedule your appointment today by visiting cvosm.com. That's cvosm.com. What are you thankful for as a sports fan? Maybe you're thankful for a particular team, your favorite team, whatever it may be. Send those on over. Hit us up with a text. If you're not driving, because I know the roads are probably a little slick right now still, so if you're not driving, wait till you're done driving when you send those on over to us here too. So we'll hit that up coming up in the next hour, the 9 o'clock hour, our live edition of the podcast, the draft. Are we going to decide this by the rock, paper, scissors?
I think we have to.
Best of three?
I think
You're on a hot streak right now.
I am.
I'm a little nervous about it. But the thing is, I don't know if I want the first pick. There's a lot of pressure with the first pick to make sure you get it right.
There is. I do know unquestionably the direction I will go if I get the first pick.
Okay.
But
we'll see.
Yeah.
So that's the other part, though, too. So do I want the first pick? So because if I think I have a good idea where you're going to go, do I want to steal that from you?
That's true. Is that something? Yeah.
So that's the other part in this thing.
Are
you willing to trade 2 first-rounders for my 1 first pick?
But there's only 2 first-rounders. How can I trade that?
Well, then we could do I would go back-to-back instead of going back and forth. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because we're not
Or maybe I go 3 times.
Because we're not doing a snake draft. It's just back and forth.
Right.
That way the first pick, whoever wins.
So if I get the first pick, I'll put it up for sale. You can have it, but then I pick back-to-back or back-to-back-to-back.
You going to try to Herschel Walker me on this?
Yes. I'm like, I can't even use the Sonny Weaver Jr. reference because you have not seen Draft Day yet.
I've been waiting to say. I told you the first time I watch it, we will watch it.
All right.
And we can do like a live podcast watch along.
Speaking of watching, tomorrow, which is Thanksgiving, we know, but it's also November 27th. Tomorrow, it would be the 40th anniversary, Brandon. I got to throw this out there because it's important. The 40th anniversary of the fall of the Soviet Union.
Really?
Because Rocky IV debuted 40 years ago tomorrow.
Wow.
You did not know that's where that was going, did you?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can change.
I can change. Everybody can change.
Yeah.
So I do have it planned coming up in the next week or so, a deep dive into all Rocky history podcasts. All movies, including Creed. My ultimate rankings of what is the best. Is it Rocky IV, though? That's the tease. It's everybody's favorites. It's not 5.
It's 5.
It's not 5.
Tommy Gunn, baby.
But yeah, 40 go. I know I only got like 5 seconds here. Wish in college I could have wrote a paper or gotten a question, what ended the Cold War? Rocky Balboa.
Parties and entering the race in August. You may remember
All right, we are back with the third quarter. Last program of the week. We'll be back, and then it's going to be December already next week. So stop that. We're going to be doing our draft, our Thanksgiving Day draft coming up next hour. It's going to be live. So we're going to need you to vote, too. Which party do you want to attend, Brandon's or mine? And if you don't pick me, shut. Just saying. So let's make this a heated rivalry contest here. So I'm nervous. I'm sweating. It's not because the studio is almost 80 degrees. It's because of this draft that we got coming up here. So I know we usually do it Fridays. Let's do a little cream of the crop. You ready? Hit it up.
I am
What do
not
you
ready.
have?
I am not ready because you're not going to have. You don't have the Macho Man music.
New system stuff. I'm trying to. I'm taking it day by day. Okay, game by game, day by day here, man. All right.
All right.
So I'm not obviously your cream of the crop. So
Obviously not. I am actually going to. It's got a local connection, but it's a combo. I'm going with UW Eau Claire, UW Oshkosh women's volleyball.
yeah, Elite Eight.
Two of the Elite Eight coming from the WIAC. Both emerged out of the regional last week. That's next weekend in Bloomington, Illinois, Wisconsin. Oshkosh, my alma mater, a program I covered when I was in college. They are the 2 seed. They'll be taking on Calvin on December 3rd. Eau Claire is the 5 seed. They'll be taking on Laverne.
Yep. I always want to say Laverne and Shirley,
But yeah, so hey, there's the possibility.
they could meet.
There's a possibility there could be an all WIAC final.
Yep. No doubt.
But both those programs, I mean, come on. When you got two of the final 8 in all of Division III and they're from the same conference,
Right.
that's obviously that says a lot.
Yep. That's a good one. I'm going to the college level as well. Something we kind of actually just mentioned the other day. And they got a big one coming up on Friday. Badger women's basketball. Off to a really good start. As you mentioned last Friday, they beat Green Bay. They got a game against 13th ranked Ole Miss on Friday. If they could come away with a victory on that one, I mean, holy moly. But, hey, the start that they've had, because let's face it, there was some questions about the hiring and such, and it's been a program that's kind of been on the down for a while. I mean, we said it when I think of college basketball in the state of Wisconsin, it's UW Green Bay. Wisconsin's off to a great start. Got to give it to them. Also, Wisconsin men's hockey sweeping the number 1 team in the country.
Michigan State.
Yep. I think entering this year, there were some fans probably like, okay, so where are we as a program? You know, first year is Hastings, it was great. Second year was down, but a lot of people had left. Third year, heck yeah, off to a great start.
Highly ranked.
Yep.
Yeah.
Number 2 in the country right now.
Number dos.
Where Michigan's number 1 and Wisconsin split against them.
Yeah.
So
There we go.
those are my cream of the crops. Shout out to the Badgers, to the Wisconsin Badgers. All right, Brian. So, I mean, going back to Sunday's game and such.
I mean, we don't have to.
We
but-
can. So, I was saying that day was probably one of the longest sits I've ever had for hunting. And I'm just like counting down. I'm like, I needed this game to get on just to kill some time. And then it ended up being, I think, one of the shortest games I've ever watched.
Right, yeah, that was.
I mean, when they go to bonus coverage and there's almost 8 minutes left of the Giants. And
Yeah, that game was over by like quarter 3.
yeah. I'm like, for crying out loud, okay, I'm glad it was a comfortable game.
It was like an Army-Navy game.
Yeah. So it sounds like J.J. McCarthy will not be playing this weekend. How do you view the next 6 games for you? What do you want to see? What's your approach? Do you still hope for a playoff spot? I mean, what's the approach from a Minnesota side?
I mean, at this point, I don't think you can. I mean, they would have to win out and they would be 10-7 and then maybe, but I don't see that happening. I don't think that's realistic.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you're looking for out of these last 6 games is you just, above all else, need to figure out, okay, what's the current status of the quarterback situation? Max Brosmer is going to start. Max Brosmer is an undrafted free agent out of Minnesota, played prior to that in New Hampshire. Honestly, a much more, I would say in some ways the exact opposite of J.J. McCarthy because he is very experienced. He's played a lot of football in college and he's someone that's turned heads with the Vikings, I guess, as much as an undrafted free agent quarterback can. But his strengths lie more in processing, just having that internal clock of knowing when you need to get rid of the ball, knowing where the ball goes, like the pre-snap stuff, like, and obviously J.J. McCarthy, he has some of those skills, but his talent more lies in he's got a big arm, he can run, like, you know, he's more of a toolsy guy.
Yeah.
So I'm, you know, for this week, I'm just curious to see what it looks like with him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just because there's that morbid curiosity. We've talked about this before. The most popular player on the team is always backup quarterback.
Yep.
And then in the last few weeks, that's certainly been the case with Max Brosmer. With Minnesota. So we'll see what happens here. Can he operate? Can it look more like it should than it did under J.J. McCarthy, where there were so many times where, like, I'm not that person, but I would not blame anyone that was, where if you're watching, there's so many times you got to throw it.
Yeah.
Like, you just.
There was that one sack that Micah had. I'm like, why didn't you just throw it? Yeah, or get rid of it.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
A couple times almost safety.
Right, right. It just seems like he's not seeing it.
Yeah.
Like, so much of playing quarterback in the NFL is operating on schedule. You get to the back of your drop and the ball's got to come out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's and it's like, no. It's almost like, look, pat, double pat. Like, that.
It's recess ball when we were kids, patting the ball.
You don't live that way in the NFL. You can in college.
Yeah. But
you can't do that in the NFL and have success. Like, and a reset, I think, at this point is just needed.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that he probably got concussed. Like, I'm not going to say, oh, it's a soft benching. I mean, we heard that earlier this year, and it's like, I don't think so.
There was one hit. I thought he was slow to get up.
Right. But, I mean, with brain injuries, with concussions, you always need to be cautious.
Right.
And so I have no problem with them taking it slow with him, because I just think for a couple of reasons that makes sense. And then with Max Brosmer, you see what's there.
I want to throw this out there, and I'm not trying to be hot take-ish at all. But going back to last year and the success, and your coach of the year was Kevin O'Connell. And a lot of it was because of what the offense did, Sam Darnold, that sort of stuff. How critical, I'm not saying hot seat, but how critical is it for Kevin O'Connell next year for his performance related to J.J. McCarthy's growth?
Yeah, very. I mean, as a coach, you're always going to be connected to your quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one where when they made the decision to go forward, with J.J. McCarthy this year, they didn't bring back Sam Darnold. They decided not to go after Aaron Rodgers. They didn't make more of an effort to,
Daniel Jones, yeah.
Daniel Jones, but also I'm sure part of that would have been like, it's almost like you have to make a commitment to them of like, hey, we're going to give you a legitimate chance versus, well, we kind of see, you could kind of see what was coming.
Mm-hmm.
But that's an organizational commitment. It wasn't just Kevin O'Connell. It was the GM Kwesi Adofo-Mensah. When you look at, the approach they took after that, where the game plan, and I was for the game plan, was we're going to insulate this quarterback. We're going to surround him with as much as talent as we can. You look at the receiver corps, the offensive line, bringing in Jordan Mason at the running back, beefing up the defense a little bit. Basically, they built a house and said, look, we're going to, our front door might not be great, but everything else is going to be good, and that's going to make this a very valuable house.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that they just, they missed on was how far J.J. McCarthy still had to go. Probably how much it impacts him missing last year, because even though he was, he was injured, but also part of that too is you're not practicing every day.
Right.
If it was possible, if it was realistic, I should say, for Sam Darnold to come back for 1 year, I would have been for that. You give McCarthy maybe one more year to kind of develop through practicing. But I mean, the franchise tag, that would have been always tough, just because you can't necessarily move the money around and stuff like that. Like that's just there. And Sam Darnold knew. I mean, Sam Darnold, smart guy. He could see what was happening. Like, he knew, hey, this could be my chance to cash in for a multi-year deal somewhere, and he did.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that they made some bets on some things that just have almost all blown up in their face.
Right.
And that's just, that happens. I mean, they spent, I think next to the Patriots, they spent the second most money for agency.
Yeah.
And, they've gotten, and arguably their most valuable guy has been Eric Wilson, who they spent like $2 million on.
Mm-hmm.
Versus the year before, when they had less money to spend, they were actually better at it, because that's when they brought in Jonathan Grenard, Andrew Van Ginkel, and Blake Cashman, guys that they paid for, but they didn't pay top dollar for, like they did for like a Jonathan Allen or a Javon Hargrave.
Right.
So it kind of just shows and we always talk about in football, like free agency, like you can spend a lot of money for agency, but it's not necessarily a guarantee of everything.
Right.
And this is kind of an example of that.
Right. Yeah, I would agree. So let's take a quick break, and then I got a bold prediction for tomorrow's game. I want to see if you agree or disagree with it. So we'll do that. Quick break, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. I can't even get a smile out of you when I play a little Hearts on Fire. You're just sitting there goofing around on your phone.
I cracked a smile. Not my fault.
Yeah, after I got your attention, I couldn't tell if you couldn't hear her or something like that. Come on. You don't get pumped with a little snow and Hearts on Fire right now? Don't you want to go run a mountain?
You go run a mountain, I will follow you ominously in my vehicle.
And then I'm going to make you get in a ditch, and you're going to chase me, and then you fall on the road. And
Correct.
Yes. Yeah. See, now it's going to be in your head all day, so you're welcome. Greatest top 2 sports soundtrack of all time. Have I told you the story that how I got that CD?
No.
So, as a wee lad in Medford, sometimes we would have no school on Fridays for like end of quarter. So those would be like, me and my aunt then would make the big trip to Eau Claire to spend the day. And just like go to Shields, go to all these stores and all that stuff. And the last stop for going back was always Kmart in Chippewa Falls.
Yeah.
And numerous times I saw it in the CD aisle, kids. There's CDs, okay?
Compact discs.
It was there for like probably a couple of years. Rocky IV soundtrack. And I finally pulled the trigger one day as like, I think maybe a 12-year-old. And I picked it up for $10, and I still have it to this day. That and Space Jam are the 2 best sports soundtracks of all time. But yeah, for whatever reason, I don't know how long that CD was at Chippewa Falls Kmart, but it was there, and it spoke to me every time I went and looked at it. So
It was interesting that you would stop at the Chippewa Kmart when you had a Kmart in Medford.
But it was different. Okay? It was different. All right? Back off, man.
Did it have a Little Caesars? I've been to that. I remember being at that Kmart, but did that Kmart in Chippewa have a Little Caesars in it?
I don't think so.
I don't think it did.
I don't think it did either. No.
I had
I could still picture the Medford layout.
Yeah, I can see it too.
Oh, my gosh.
I had one of the most terrifying experiences of my childhood in the Medford Kmart.
Oh, God. Please tell. Then I'll get to my bull prediction.
I will say that this is something that impacts me still to this day.
Oh, my God.
It's yeah. So, as a kid, I was in the Medford Kmart, and I'm pretty sure, I think it was NBA Live '95 on the Sega Genesis I bought.
Ooh.
And bought the game at the register.
Yep.
And paid for it, whatever. I was walking out.
The alarm.
The alarm went off. I didn't take the. I didn't grab, they asked if I wanted the receipt. I said no.
Ah.
And I'm this little kid, like 11, 12, whatever I am, and I am very uneasy about this.
Yep.
They come over, and thankfully the person they were like, the person at the register knew what was going on.
Yep.
But here I am, this little kid, like just freaking out about this. And to this day, like so much more often than not, I will always take the receipt with something, even if I'm just going to throw it out, because I never want to be in that spot again.
I think I still have NBA Live 95 on Sega. I know NBA Live 96 and the cover was Orlando, and I had that for Game Boy because they lost that finals. I'm probably more of an NBA Action 95 on Sega, though.
I think I had NBA Action 94.
Oh.
I think.
Because that one had Marv Albert.
Yes.
Downtown. And then Shaq was roster center. But you knew who he was in that. Wow. Okay. So that scarred you. Okay.
Yeah, it did. To this day, I will
Nice.
still always grab the receipt on things because I don't want to be.
So let's
in
test
that
your
position.
Medford Kmart knowledge. Where was the electronics department at that time?
Was it the right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Like the Little Caesars, you walk in, you went to the left. It was like in the front left corner.
Yep. Because that's where the cards used to be, right outside Little Caesars, too.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I think, though, before electronics just used to be straight in the back, and then they moved it to the right. But, yeah, I remember it being mostly in the right. Sporting goods was, like, straightforward.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And toys used to be straightforward, and then they moved them to the right, too. That's what it was. So, yep. Oh, gosh, yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. That was a big deal when that thing. I remember when McDonald's opened up in Medford. Now, that was a huge deal.
I remember McDonald's opened up in Thorpe. It was a big deal. There's a line out the door.
Well, that was a little bit more recent.
I mean, that was like 5 years ago. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I want to say I was in like elementary school.
Okay.
So that would have been like mid-ish 90s.
I remember going to Marshfield McDonald's, and that was a treat. So, yeah.
Chippewa for me.
I suppose. Yeah.
Before.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Man, those are some good times. All right.
This is our We Are Old segment of the show.
Starting to feel it. Starting to feel it. My bold prediction. Okay. And we'll talk some more football and such as, it's kind of a football holiday tomorrow. Would you say that?
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yep.
So, my bold prediction for Packers-Lions. Whoever wins this game will be the division winner. That's my bold prediction. I know Chicago's there, and they're in first right now. They got Philly coming up on Black Friday. Now, if Chicago somehow wins that game, then that changes the ball
I think
game.
that's the one.
Yeah. But what I don't think helps Chicago is that Philly just blew a 21-point lead, and
They're not going to be happy. Yeah, they're not going to be happy.
So I feel like whoever wins this Packers-Lions game will end up winning the division. If the Packers win, they're going to move to 3-0 in the division. And
With 2 wins over Detroit.
Exactly.
With 2 games still to go against Chicago. Yep. No,
Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
So my bold prediction, this is for the division championship. Tomorrow's game, Packers-Lions. I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier, Brandon, too. Like, I could probably count on my hand the importance or the intensity or the matchup with these Packers-Lions Thanksgiving Day games. A lot of them didn't mean a whole lot. But you look at 2023, I'd put that one up there with Jordan Love's first year as starter. They go in there and get a big win that helped propel them for that late run. And I'd put this one right up there too, because of I believe the winner of this is going to win a division, but also the state of the NFC, the state of the NFC North. Right now, the Packers are in the playoffs. They lose, they're out. Detroit right now is out, and if they lose again, they're going to fall further down. But if they win, they're back in it. I mean, it's kind of like a Thanksgiving Day playoff game, really, when you look at it.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, this is just the games tomorrow have worked out very well for the NFL.
They have, because, and that's something
Suddenly
else.
that Chiefs-Cowboys game, the Cowboys are right there. Obviously, the Chiefs need it. The Cowboys need it to mean. And then you go into the night game, Joe Burrow back.
Yep. Baltimore's now back in first place in their division. So, yeah, it worked out perfect.
It often does for the Shield, but it certainly did here, where I have a feeling those games are going to do some monster ratings.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the lines, Detroit's 2.5, which, okay, neutral field would be even, which is fair. Kansas City's 3.5 on the road, which I understand that.
Yep,
but
that makes
still,
sense.
Detroit, Dallas, I think defensively has been better with the Williams trade. Offense, they know how to move the football.
They have the ability to move the ball. George Pickens, I mean, that's been a great move for them.
Yeah. And then, Baltimore's favored by 7, but the Joe Burrow effect, I think.
That's a wild card there.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's feeling good coming back, I mean, he could be slinging that. You're going to have Jamar Chase back. He's going to be pumped up, ready to go, hopefully,
And even the Black Friday game with Chicago at Philly.
Yeah.
With how those two teams are performing this year. So, I mean, if you like your NFL on Thanksgiving weekend, I mean, it worked out perfect.
It did. And I'm always a fan of the Black Friday college games.
Yeah.
I love the fact that there's enough all day.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I don't know, I always end up watching Nebraska, Iowa. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But there's some other good ones in there too. Like last year, that epic Georgia Tech game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a fun time of year.
It is, especially if you are a football fan. It 100% is. So, injury report wise, it's going to be interesting. I don't envy a lot of these teams like Green Bay and Detroit, where really they didn't practice at all this week. It's walkthroughs and that, so it's going to be interesting to see how that kind of plays out a little bit.
Right. I mean, those teams are kind of at least they're on equal footing with that.
Right.
They're both banged up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, Joseph probably isn't going to play for Detroit, it sounds like. He's been ruled out, which is a big loss.
It is.
At the back end.
It is. I mean, he is a
very physical defender.
I was going to say he is an enforcer at safety. That's a nice way to say it.
I think ligaments are going to be safe.
Lower body injuries for a week will be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. So, all right. Let's take a quick break, and then coming up, what are we thankful for our sports fandom? You can send us your picks by texting us at 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, or you can hit us up on the video stream. All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. John's prediction for tomorrow's game or bold prediction for tomorrow's game is Packers win 28-17. Jordan Love has 3 tuds. Micah Parsons has another 3-sack game, and the Packers hold Jahmyr Gibbs to under 100 yards. Benjamin in Eau Claire says, I'm grateful for Giannis bringing an NBA championship to Milwaukee and everything else he's done for the city and the state. So send over what you are thankful for as a sports fan. Text those puppies on over. What's one thing you're thankful for, Brandon, as a sports fan? You don't have a whole lot for Minnesota Vikings stuff. So
I would say the brain trust for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Ooh. Would you include Mark Attanasio in that?
If I did, he would. I don't think he would be the highest on the list, but I suppose that's part of it. But I mean, obviously it's more so of Matt Arnold and his staff and Pat Murphy.
I was going to say
staff.
That was part of mine too, was Pat Murphy and Matt Arnold. So I think, Ed, and the other part of me, let me just ask this: are you concerned about Matt Arnold potentially getting poached?
I mean, that's always going to be a concern.
Mm-hmm.
It happened with
David
Stearns, but that was. I mean, I don't know what Matt Arnold the team he grew up cheering for and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, if that opportunity comes again, which I can't blame David Stearns for taking, but it's possible. But I think that's why you see the elevation as far as title goes, and hopefully in his case, he got a nice salary bump as well.
Yeah. That's always going to be, I think, surrounding anything good happening with the Brewers. I hate it. It's kind of the same with the Bucks. It's kind of like with Giannis a little bit, right? It's like you're always nervous that they're going to stay. Are they going to move to greener pastures? Whereas I think from a Green Bay sense, there isn't that big, because there really isn't that worry. Like, oh, that guy's going to move to a bigger market or something.
Right.
Like that.
Generally, there you only see with maybe coordinators. But yeah,
Right.
I mean, I'm sure I'm sure Jeff Hafley, that'll be kind of a thing for Packers fans if he gets a head job somewhere. But you're not seeing, even if it, I would still consider if he moved somewhere else, if Matt Arnold moved somewhere else, to be a lateral movement, because he's already doing as much as he can with a team.
Right.
That doesn't happen a lot.
Because didn't they do that with David Stearns? They gave him that title, so he couldn't just quit to get he had to get approval from Mark Attanasio.
Right, and then that's why he ended up taking the year where he became the advisor or whatever it was. And
Yep.
yeah, it's all procedural. It's like when you see with the NFL too, where it's oh, this guy is he's the offensive coordinator, so you can't interview him to be an offensive coordinator somewhere else, kind of a thing.
Yes. And I think this wave is over with. I could be completely wrong, but it's there was an instance with Green Bay, the whole Mike Holmgren thing, where he wants to be a GM with the head coach, went to Seattle. So I don't think that's a big thing in the NFL
It doesn't seem
anymore.
like it. No, it seems like a lot of, I think they understand it's better to work in concert with the GM as opposed to just wanting to make every single decision because, the track record of that was not great.
Right.
For anybody.
Right. You look at a lot of it. I mean, even Andy Reid, he works closely with the general manager and such. So you don't think about that too often anymore.
And I think at this point, coaches know, as long as my voice and opinion matters, that's what counts.
Yeah.
If there's, if there's someone out there I wants to really make a run at getting, as long as I know that GM is legitimately listening to me and valuing my opinion, then that's probably good.
Right. I wonder, is it almost a change in, where that used to be a major draw, I think, for a lot of coaches, hey, we're going to name you the general manager and the head coach. But now is it kind of almost the college side of things where it's I just want to focus on the coaching and not worry about the business side of it?
Probably. I think we saw enough examples of, very good coaches that had those opportunities and maybe sometimes some not good coaches that were given those opportunities and it didn't work out.
Right.
I mean, it's too much.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be a real football freakazoid, for lack of a better phrase, to be able to handle all those responsibilities.
And it would have to be awkward a little bit in a sense for a coach to maybe negotiate contracts with players.
Right.
It's almost like the arbitration thing when we get to baseball. It's a little awkward, hey, we want you here, but we don't think you're worth, that sort of stuff.
You're our guy, but you're only our guy to a certain point financially.
Yeah, so it's almost like you need the general manager at times to be the bad guy for that
right.
stuff.
Good cop, bad cop.
Right, exactly. Because I think not every coach, but every coach is going to love every player.
Right.
And I think they fall in that trap of maybe that veteran. It's like, oh, yeah, it's a great player. We're going to give him this boatload of a contract. Joe Johnson. Hardy Nickerson. Yeah, I'm calling out Mike Sherman a little bit with that. But, yeah, you don't hear that a whole lot anymore with that. So, but, yeah, I think Mike Holmgren would have been like the last Packer player, like, oh, we got a whole lot of that, or person.
Yeah.
You know, like, because you don't really hear that too much in the NFL. So, trying to think, last year or so for Wisconsin, thankful sports-wise. But Brewers are probably the easy one.
I mean, that would be the one I would lean towards.
I'd probably go there, too. I am thankful, though. I will say this, the consistency right now, I guess, for a lot of Wisconsin sports to just be in that conversation of playoffs or advancing. You know, say what you want about Green Bay and that, but, I mean, you're talking yearly playoff expectations and team. I am I am thankful for Brian Gutekunst for pulling off the Micah Parsons trade.
There you go.
That I that should have been numero uno one for me, because that never happens. The fact that it was getting rumored, and I'm just sitting here, I'm like, this is an agent throwing this out there to draw the price. There's no way. And I still remember the day I found out. It was getting ready for baseball practice with the kid. He's watching the Brewers game downstairs, and I had it on upstairs. And his favorite player's up the bat, William Contreras, okay? And I'm like checking my phone right before we have to leave. And I see it, and I just started yelling. He thought his buddy Contreras hit a walk-off home run. So, but yeah, I am have the turkey leg this year, Goody. You deserve the drumstick. So,
I want to see Tom. I would like to see Tom Brady eat a turducken.
Didn't he take a bite out of it last year?
I need to see more than that. I just want to see if he'll do it.
I thought he took a bite last year.
Like a bite you can.
Well, at least he's not like, was it Thielen that spit it out or something like that? You know, took a bite of a turkey and then spit it out. Wasn't it Adam Thielen with the Vikings a few years ago?
I don't remember. Maybe.
I think it was. Weak.
Maybe it was gross. Maybe it was undercooked.
You know, at least he got one, unlike Fox not giving Jordan Love one.
Right.
One a couple years ago in that Lions game. Come on, how do you not have a turkey leg? How do you not?
Or the turducken.
Or something. How do you not? That was weak sauce. So I think Jordan Love comes in with a little bit more revenge and like saying,
not only is it Toyota-thon coming up, but it's
Turkeygate.
It is also revenge for turkey.
It's the revenge for the turkey. He did get one last year at Lambeau.
That's right, because that was a
Dolphins game coming in. That was, yeah.
That was a night game, and that. Yeah.
I think Leroy Butler was actually like helping cook the Thanksgiving meal because they kept showing videos of him, you know, cooking and such over there too. So, but yeah, definitely thankful for the Micah Parsons trade. I'd throw that one up there for sure, no question about it. So, rest of you can text over some of those if you'd like. Hit us up 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. Coming up in less than a half an hour.
Yeah.
About 20 some odd minutes. It's the draft of all drafts. Brandon and myself are going to be drafting the ultimate Thanksgiving Day experience. There we go. I'll throw it out for the next 20 minutes. If you had the first pick, what would the listeners pick? Would you focus on the meat, the activity, the wild card, or a side? What would it be? I'm curious to get where everybody's thoughts would go for this. So activity is pretty open-ended. Now, I don't want to reveal anything because Brandon and I did talk about some of the activities last Friday.
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't want to ruin it for some people. Like, oh, I wonder what we threw out a few ideas. And then once we draft them, we could go over the ones that maybe we didn't draft.
Right. We can talk about what just missed the cut.
Yep.
What we were thinking. Yeah.
Yep. So text us what you would spend the first pick on. Is it the food? Is it the wild card? Is it the activity? Now, wild card could be anything.
It can. Yeah, it can be
anything related to Thanksgiving Day sort of thing. Like,
I was thinking it could be any of those other categories, but yeah, we can.
Okay.
I'd say let's keep it open ended.
Okay.
Because I'll probably just go more food.
That's fair.
It's Thanksgiving.
I think I know what I'm going to go with my what, but I don't know. Because I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm like, okay, would it be considered this or would it be considered that? But now that we're throwing in the wild card, I think I've got mine. As long as you don't pick it, that's the key. That's the key.
If I get the first pick, maybe
Or
you
do
should
I
trade
want
with
to
me.
Or do I want to do 2 activities? Oh, a day full of fun.
Do you want to be that active on Thanksgiving?
Depends on. Hey, we're leaving it up to the listeners too, so that's also it's a little politicking here, man. We gotta get the votes, stuff the ballot box, if you know what I mean, right? So text us on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line if you'd like. What would you spend the first round pick on? What do you think is worth a first round pick? We are going to be doing our famous rock, paper, scissors, best of 3 past 9 o'clock to determine the winner of the first overall pick in the 2025
Thanksgiving draft.
Thanksgiving Day experience drafts. Should have reached out to our good friend Roger Goodell to voice this over, and we could have submitted some cards.
Are you gonna play the draft sound when we trick?
Because I can't put it on a podcast. Then.
Really?
Copyright.
The sound is copyrighted?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I don't want to take a chance, man.
Oh no, don't take a chance. I didn't know the sound itself was copyrighted.
I would assume it is. Everything's copyrighted these days.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, but
the mouse will get you.
It will. It will. You know, looking at that snow too and that, I don't know why. I want to find, I'm getting off on a complete tangent here, but that's what we're doing anyways. So I still want to create Letterman jackets for us.
Well, how did the snow remind you of that?
Cold winter jacket, probably.
Is like the letter on the breastplate going to be like DK?
What would be on the back then?
Sports.
That's actually not bad. It's just sports. I think we need our own. I don't even know where to start for that, though. I think you need to order them in bulk. So it's probably the dream is never going to happen.
Right, yeah, you're not going to be able to order two.
I want to relive the glory days of wearing a Letterman's jackets and bringing it back and having a sports talk.
What colors?
One. I don't think I can do red because that's what Medford was. I got to do something different. Was it Thorpe red too? So you would want to do something different too. So maybe we go a little neutral and blue or black or something like that. Black might be kind of bleh. Don't want to do green because I know if you're going to wear it, you're going to be. I don't want to do purple. We could do yellow, but that would look weird.
Yeah, I like blue.
Okay. See, now I'm getting too excited, and I don't even know of anybody who could hook us up.
The feasibility of creating sports talk Letterman's jackets.
Wouldn't that be sweet though? We talk about like the '90s all the time. Let's come on. I'm an ideas man. Ideas man. Yeah. I thrive on enthusiasm. So, that's the dream that'll never be accomplished. Or we get a Letterman's jacket that just says like man cave.
There you go.
I like it. But I don't have any connections with that. So, all right. Let's take a quick break. We'll wrap up the third quarter, third hour, and get to the ultimate draft coming up in just a little bit. All right. I didn't know if he was going to do it, but he did it. Surveyor came in with our trivia questions. So we're going to do it before we do it. We got to do it right now in this segment.
Ooh,
You don't have time to think about it.
Hustle.
Surveyor says, good morning, DK. Thankful for every Wisconsin sports team and you. You bring a wonderful, honest talk about sports that just doesn't do hot takes. I will avoid the station, he did say there, just over there. But thank you, Surveyor. That's too kind of you. Too nice. Your payment will be in the mail.
There you go.
Afterwards. But no, sincerely, thank you, Surveyor, for that. That means a lot, actually. Sir, trivia time. Since 2010, there have been 5 Vikings to score 3+ touchdowns in a game, and there have been 12 Packers
Holy cow.
to do such a feat. Brandon, can you name all 5? DK, can you name at least 8?
I know for sure one of these Vikings, and it would be the one people probably wouldn't expect. Do you have the list in front of you?
I have yours.
Okay, Matt Asiata.
Yes, nice
job.
job.
That's one I vividly remember. Matt Asiata.
You should get these other ones then, dude. That's got to be the hardest. Surveyor's probably thinking, how the heck did he know that one? So
That's just how my brain works. All right, Adrian Peterson.
Yep, that's a duh.
Dalvin Cook.
Yep.
Dave Bow. I will go Justin Jefferson.
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
No.
Just wondering if I got to stick with quarterback or running backs here. But running out of running backs here pretty quick.
Nickelodeon.
Those three, yeah, those are the. I mean, these are probably obvious. Like,
I think when I say them, you're going to be like, oh.
okay, because
One of them, maybe you're like, oh, really? Okay. But
I won't ask for help on him either because you're not going to get help on yours. So, I mean, I'll just pick obvious ones. So like Stephon Diggs.
yes.
Okay.
So you got 4.
One more. Adam Thielen.
No.
Okay. Didn't think so. Percy Harvin.
No. Good guess. I didn't think of him, but that's a good guess. You're in the right wheelhouse.
Okay. I will. The last one I'll say is Kyle Rudolph.
No.
I don't think so.
Addison.
Okay. Oh, okay.
2024.
Wow.
That was the one I thought you'd be like,
Wow.
oh, really? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Yeah, Adrian Peterson did it 3 times. Your boy, Matt, did it 3 times, twice in 2014. Stephon Diggs in 2019. Dalvin Cook in 2020 scored 4. And Jordan Addison in 2024.
Okay.
So,
All
right. So I got to do at least 8.
Yeah, good luck for yours, but.
So, Devontae, Aaron Jones. He had to have had at least 3 against the Cowboys at some point in Dallas. That has to be one. Since 2010. I'll go Jordy, although I'm a little hesitant on Jordy. I don't know if Jordy did 3, but I'll throw Jordy in there. So Devontae, Aaron. You know what? Hold on a second.
You jot this down?
Yep. I got the marker board. Yeah. The whiteboard.
There we go.
Let's do Aaron Jones, Devontae. I said Jordy, but I am really not confident in that one. You know what? Oh, do I want to do a wild card with that one? I'm going to go Cobby. Because there's part of me wondering, did he have like a return and then catch a couple, or you know what I mean? Like something like that. Did Jennings.
Greg Jennings.
So there's been 12 since 2010. I'm just going through.
I could see Greg Jennings putting the team on his back.
Nice. I don't think Driver did. It's hard to figure out if a tight end did. John Kuhn. Boy. 12. You'd think, I got a lot to choose from, but then you kind of go through the list, and it's like, hey, now.
Bubba Franks.
2010.
I know.
I would have put him on there. I'm trying to think of Christian Watson. I feel like he did. That might have been the Cowboys game. I'm not sure, but I'll go Christian Watson. Did Jaden Reed? I don't think Jaden Reed did. That's a tough one, too. Did he have like a rushing one and then catch a couple, too? That would be another one. So I've got 5 right now. Jones, Devontae. I don't think Jamal Williams did. 3, 4. I'll go Josh Jacobs, just playing the odds a little bit. I'm not confident in that either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Josh Jacobs at 6. James Jones. Greg Jennings. James Jones 1 year caught a lot of touchdowns.
He did.
While
wearing a hoodie.
I don't think Romeo did. I could be wrong. Again, there's 12. This shouldn't be that hard because there's guys that played more than a couple years there. Sammy Watkins. No, I'm kidding. I'm not saying Sammy Watkins. Jimmy Graham. No, not doing that either. Screw it. For time wise, because we still got 7 minutes. I'll go Jennings. I'll go Jones. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that right? No, that's 8. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to see if I can do 12. I don't think Donald Driver is on that list. Would James Starks have been on there? I don't know. I'll go Eddie Lacy. Just because. Especially his rookie year. So that's 9. Would Finley have gotten 3? I don't think Finley got 3. Jermichael Finley, 3? No, I don't think so. I feel like Donald Lee or somebody's going to have like 3, or Spencer Havener is going to have like 3 touchdown catches. It's going to be something ridiculous like that. Boy. Alan Lazard? I'm going through the wide receivers. Down this. Who would have been before the Devontae Allen Lazard kind of time frame? Not Aberdaris, not Jeff Janis. Although that would be funny if Jeff Janis was on there. Boy, that's 9. So I don't know if I can do any more. I'm missing 2010 should be my wheelhouse, and I'm missing guys, and it's really irritating me. Because I think I went with the main receivers: Devontae, Jordy, Cobb, Jennings, Jones. Screw it. I will put Donald Driver on here just for a numbers game because I'm going to play the odds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to put John Kuhn because I feel like there's going to be a weird one. That's 11. And then I'll go... Jamal Williams. I'm not confident in that, but here we go. Oh, Romeo did do it. Hey, Kuhn did it. Yeah, I got one. Okay. Greg Jennings. Finley did too? Dang it. All right. Jennings, Kuhn. Which ones did I get right? I wanted to see if I got them right. Jennings, Kuhn, Finley did. Nelson did. James Jones did. Randall Cobb did. Oh, duh. I should have. Robert Tonyan. That game. Son of a gun. Yep. Okay. So Devontae did. Aaron Jones did. Christian Watson did. Josh Jacobs did. Where did I have Josh Jacobs? Okay. And then it was Romeo Doubs did it in 2025. This year he did it? Oh. All right. Well, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 8.
There you go.
I got 8. I threw out 12. 9. I got 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, because Kuhn right there. So I didn't get Jamal. I didn't get Donald. I didn't get Eddie.
75%. That's like
I got 9. I will take that. I will take that. Boom. Gosh, I remember that Robert Tonyan game too because I think that was a Sunday or a Monday night game. I want to say Atlanta. Surveyor, if I get extra credit, can you look that up to see if that was an Atlanta game prime time that Robert Tonyan got those 3 touchdowns? I think that was. because it was COVID year, and there was nobody in the stands, I think. Or was it Saints? Saints or Atlanta? An NFC South team. Leave it generic there. So, all right, we only got a couple minutes left. Are you ready?
I think I am.
Are you ready for this? I'm going to erase the marker board so we can keep track of our picks for our Thanksgiving meal as well. So, do you know what you're going to do with the first pick if you get it? Because I don't know.
Yep.
Okay.
I do.
All right. So, again, it's going to be live. It was Atlanta. Yes. Yes. Do it. All right. So, but we're going to be drafting our ultimate Thanksgiving Day experience. And then we're going to leave it up to the voters to vote on who they want to spend the day with, Brandon or myself. What's the experience? It's like, you go on Expedia or whatever, some travel thing, and like, oh, that's the experience, or no, some auction thing. That's the experience I want to go to. And we can't have repeats.
No, we can't.
We cannot have repeats. No. So whoever drafted the best Thanksgiving Day experience, we're leaving it up to the voters to vote. So that's going to be coming up here in just a couple minutes because that shot clock is going to cut off here in 1 minute. Final call in the final hour here for your predictions for the games, predictions for the Packer game tomorrow. If you want to do all games, that's fine. Keys to victory, key matchups. You're looking at me really weird, and I don't like it. I don't know if it's trying to intimidate
my
me.
game face on.
Yeah, apparently. So you've been probably thinking about this since Friday, this game plan here. So you can send those on over. What are you thankful for as a Wisconsin sports fan? I got a baseball back here that I can just deck you right between the eyes right now. You don't think I won't? You don't think I won't? You're moving, yeah. Exactly. So, all right, shot clock's going to cut us off here. So we'll get back to some football talk coming up after we do the ultimate Thanksgiving Day experience draft. Live recording of the podcast. So if you miss it, it'll be up in podcast form right away on the Man Cave podcast. All right, there's your shot clock. We got some news updates, and we'll be right back after these few words. All right, the final hour for the final time this week for this program. We'll be back next Monday. No program tomorrow or on Friday, so hopefully we'll have a little Victory Monday. A little bit of a late version, depending on, we'll see. But we will get back to some more Packers talk as we get set for a Thanksgiving Day game going up against the Detroit Lions. Your predictions, your keys to victory, your key matchups, hit us up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. We had Bloomer Tony chiming in, saying whiteboard is killing it today. Great addition to the studio. It is. Happy Thanksgiving, fellas. I'm thankful for the heated socks and the sustained success of our sports teams. We always seem to have a chance. Listening from the deer blind this morning, and he sent a pic over there, too. So, best of luck. Junior, let Dad get the buck now. Just saying. So, if you tagged out, man, you got to let Dad get the big one now. So, all right, Brandon, let me hit record here. So we got this going here too. The Thanksgiving Day draft experience. Wednesdays is Chalk Talk Wednesdays too, so we get out the whiteboards. So here we go. Dan number 1, Brandon Boo. Right there. See it? There you go. We're doing a meat, 2 sides, a dessert, an activity, and a wild card. Brandon and I will. Why is this now? Now it's recording. Jeez. Let's step back now because it wasn't recording. I got it because we're doing a live thing here. The Thanksgiving Day draft experience between Brandon and myself. Chalk Talk Wednesday. Here's the board. The meal, or the meat, excuse me. The 2 sides, the desserts, the activity, and the wild. You have a very serious look on your face right now, and I don't like it. So we will decide who gets the first pick. We cannot repeat. So if Brandon goes first pick cranberry sauce, I can't pick cranberry sauce. I'm out of luck if you're a cranberry sauce type of person. After we draft all this, we will put it to the people to vote on which experience they would rather spend Thanksgiving Day with. And if you guys don't vote for me, I'm not going to be your friend. So, just putting it out there. You ready to do rock, paper, scissors?
I think so. Best of 3. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
And you have been on a hot streak as of late after stinking at this for a long time.
I went from the outhouse to the penthouse, and we'll see what happens here.
All right. You ready to do this?
Yep. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
1, 2, 3, shoot. That's supposed to be paper.
Oh, it's a sideways paper.
I know, but it's paper.
I know.
Yeah. All right. So 1. I got that one.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want the first pick, though. I do.
All
right. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Ooh.
Came back with the rock to beat the scissors, so we are even. I went rock both times so far. Do I do it again?
Hearts on fire. Hearts on fire training montage.
Do I do rock a 3rd time here?
Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I did! I won! Ha! 3 rocks in a row.
Come on.
The rock says.
Can you smell what the rock is cooking?
Can you smell what the rock is cooking?
Dang it.
I was this close to going paper, but then at the last second, I'm like, nope, stay rock. All 3 times.
Come on. All right. With the first pick in the 2025 Thanksgiving Day experience, Brandon Berg is selecting.
It's divisive to some, but not to me. Give me stuffing. I love stuffing.
That's the first pick?
I love stuffing.
Okay.
I love stuffing. That's a side, so yeah. Give me stuffing. I love it.
Stuffing. The first overall pick.
The first overall pick.
Wow.
I'm not
It is my favorite
scared.
side, but is it worth the number 1 pick?
To me, it is.
Okay. With the second pick in the 2025 Thanksgiving Day experience.
Because you lost at rock, paper, scissors. You blew a 1-0 lead.
I did. Wow. All right. I select my activity, football, watching football. That's a good
one.
Yep. And when we say this, it doesn't have to be Packer. It's just generally watching football.
Because obviously, if you said, watching the Packer game, well, that's kind of pandering. But just watching whatever games are on Thursday.
Whatever games are on. Yep. Watching football, my number 1 pick. My activity is off the board.
Also, the thing I like about incorporating the wild card here is it keeps you on your toes for your other categories.
Yep.
Because I could be like, okay, well, I'll leave my activity last, but you could throw a second activity there, and you could snake me there.
Hey.
So that's
Hey, I've already thought of that.
Okay. All right.
With the third pick, I'm not going to do this the whole time. Third pick now for you.
I'll take care of my other side too. Mashed potatoes.
All right. Mashed potatoes for Brandon. All food. So he's going mashed potatoes. My second pick, 4th overall. You know, I'm just going to do it. I'll go turkey. I'm a big turkey guy. Mm-hmm. I know others kind of do other stuff. That's fine. Mm-hmm. That's fine. I thought about waiting to see if you were going to do meat and go off that. I'm going to go turkey. That includes a drumstick or white.
Yep.
It's turkey. Deep fried, oven, Cajun, whatever you want. Yep. Turkey, Thanksgiving, gobble, gobble. Let's go. You're up next with your third pick.
All right. With my third pick, I am going to go with pumpkin pie.
I thought about doing that one. I did think about doing that.
As obviously, that will be dessert, obviously.
Yep. All right. So my third pick, I am going to go. I should probably get a side here at some point. Well, you got all your sides, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Unless I use my wild card on another side.
That's true. That's true. And I could take one of your activities maybe as a wild card.
You sure could.
I'll tell you, I'll just give you a little bit of a secret behind my big board here of where it falls. I'm between two different things for my wild card, and I feel like you're going to pick one of them. So with that, boy, this is tough. This is tough. Man, this did not, the board did not fall the way I thought it was going to fall, Brandon.
I am unpredictable.
I did not think you were going to go stuffing here.
I love stuffing.
Oh, I love it too. It's my favorite thing.
That was, without question, was going to be my top pick.
Son of a gun. My wild card is going to be, I'm going to go with my wild card right now.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to do my wild card. I got to go wild card. I'm going to go wild card deer hunting.
It's a good one.
I'll tell you afterwards what I was thinking about for that if you don't pick it. So.
All right. So now I know what my activity is. And I can lock that in. I can wait on that.
Yep.
Let me see the board. I just need a reminder. So I still need a meat, activity, and a wild card.
Yep. And I need two sides and a dessert.
Okay. Tell you what. I'm going to go with my wild card here. Macaroni and cheese.
Son of a gun. Why didn't I do that?
Throw a little mac and cheese in there.
That's a very good one. That's a solid. You're very heavy on the food, and I feel like I'm very heavy on the experience right now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, two sides and a dessert now. You've gotten three sides on yours. Jeez Louise, there, dude.
Fat kid Christmas, baby.
I am gonna go with. I'm going to go. You did pumpkin pie. I'm going to go pumpkin bars.
Nice. Love pumpkin bars.
Yep.
My grandma made the best pumpkin bars.
I thought about doing another pie, but I got to separate myself a little bit.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll do pumpkin bars for my dessert.
So for my meat, what I'm going to do here is actually something I do with my dad, because my dad's not a big turkey guy. And I like turkey, but if, it's not a bad thing to go a different route. He actually will get and it doesn't have to be this because it plays into another one of my picks. He'll get like a stuffed chicken.
Okay.
And then,
I should have did a turducken.
You could have, and I could have been a jerk and tried to do that, but I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say like a chicken, like a stuffed chicken. But I mean, I've already got stuffing, so it doesn't have to be stuffing. It's just chicken.
So chicken?
Chicken.
chicken. So I've got two sides now. I am going to go with cheesy potatoes.
Solid.
All right.
All right.
Now
So
your activity. I think I know what your activity is.
Well, my activity should be pretty easy to figure out because we can read through my first 5 here if you want to, or else I can show me the board and I can read it. So my foods are chicken, stuffing, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, and pumpkin pie. My activity, nap.
Yep, I knew that's what you were going to do.
I'm napping. By about the second quarter, probably of the Cowboys game, I'll have Jim and Tony in my head as I'm just getting like a good solid 45 minutes in.
All right.
So I'm napping.
So I'm going a little bit off the cuff here with my next side because I was thinking about using it as my wild card, but I went a different direction here. And I think you're going to argue with me on this one.
Okay.
My side, and I will argue with you.
That it's a side.
I'm writing it down, and you can read it. Are you ready?
Interesting.
Gravy.
Interesting.
Because you put gravy on everything. Everything. The turkey, the stuffing, the potatoes, everything.
I won't argue with you, but I will say at this point, like for Thanksgiving, I consider gravy more of a condiment than a food.
Hey, no. You pour that thing, it's like soup.
Yeah, but you're using it on something else. It's like salt and pepper.
But it's a side. It's on the side. You got to put it on there.
I think it should be required that you have to eat gravy separate. Like
you
eat,
don't?
I don't just eat spoonfuls of gravy.
What's wrong with you? You don't?
No. I'll put it's on stuff, but I'm not like having a little bowl where it's just gravy and I'm.
Brandon, try it.
Am I missing out?
Try it sometime. Get a little dish, like a little cat dish.
Yeah.
You know, like where they put a little saucer. That's what I'm looking for, and just kind of lick it a little bit, or just get a little spoon and put a little pepper maybe in there too. Yeah. You know what I tried to create though, because you gave me the wild card, the famous bowl. Cheesy potatoes, gravy, and turkey. That's what was going through my mind. I'm like, I gotta put gravy on it all. So.
There are so many things I was trying to think of for like the wild card. Like I thought about like a second dessert because come on, who doesn't want a second dessert?
Yep.
I thought about going with just like a beer, like it just.
I thought of that too. I did,
but it was one like, I don't like. I could have, but I was like, I don't need to.
See, there was 2 other things that came through my head that I'm like, okay, I wouldn't mind it, but I'm trying to appeal to the masses.
Yeah, and that's
like the bean casserole.
Yeah.
Or like for me, it's one of my favorites that my grandma makes. But I don't know if everybody else. But she makes coleslaw for Thanksgiving every year. But I'm like, okay, corn. I know people are kind of.
I like corn.
I do too.
I contemplated corn, but I'm like,
Yep.
There's a lot of these things where I'm like, I could have, if the board would have fell a different way, I could have and have been fine.
Yep.
But
So to recap, Brandon's, or I'll go mine first because I won. The meat is turkey, sides, cheesy potatoes and gravy. Gravy's a side. Desserts, the pumpkin bar. Activities, watching football. My wild card is hitting a deer stand in the afternoon. Brandon has chicken. He spent the number 1 pick on stuffing. That's like drafting Mario Williams over Reggie Bush. Surprising a little bit.
A little bit.
But
Okay.
it made a lot of sense.
But here's the thing. Like at first when you were saying that, I'm like, but then I let you finish. I'm like, okay, no. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Then he went mashed potatoes with no gravy, obviously. Just butter. Yeah, you didn't specify. Pumpkin pie for the dessert, activities, nap, and then the wild card, mac and cheese. So you went heavy with
that's crazy.
Weight gain and naps. I went with experience.
That is crazy. You're going to throw gravy on your pumpkin bars because you said it goes on everything.
It can.
So by that rule, you have to put gravy on your pumpkin bars.
You can. It doesn't say you have to. It says
you
have
to. You have to pour gravy on your deer stand.
Maybe that'll help me actually get a deer to come in there. You never
Maybe.
know. Give me a gravy bath while I'm watching football. Just shower me in that stuff, dude. Come on. It's like gravy. It's like gravy on, what is that quote? It's like, it's all good. What wasn't that Stuart Scott? It's like gravy on a biscuit. It's all good. Isn't that
I
what he
also
said?
did think about biscuits as the wild card.
I thought about rolls.
Like rolls, but
Yep.
And here's the thing, like, I bet you if we were more in the South, cornbread would have been more in the in the vernacular here.
Ooh,
But
cornbread is really good.
I like cornbread. I like mac and cheese more. Like it's just gotta rank it a certain way.
Yeah. God, I thought there was a gravy quote from Stuart Scott, like biscuit, like gravy on biscuits is all good or something like that. I can't remember what it was. I can't, but all right, you can vote. We already know who won, though. I mean, come on. Brandon, really, you look at this and you don't want to watch football with me on Thanksgiving? Because remember, you can't watch football at Brandon's. You can't.
Well, I'll be taking a nap.
Right, but you can't watch football.
We're watching Home Alone.
Come on, planes, trains, and automobiles.
Or planes, trains, and automobiles.
That's
Doesn't
the only
matter. I mean, you don't get to
Thanksgiving
watch. I mean, if there's no football on you.
Yeah, you don't get to watch football.
No.
And you also didn't you don't get gravy on your blah potatoes. You get chicken. I mean, is that chicken nuggets, chicken tenders?
Turkey? What's your turkey?
Oh, you get the big old
Is it
drumstick.
tofu turkey? Like
No, it's legit. I shot that
no, it
turkey.
doesn't specify. It doesn't say legitimate real turkey.
Well, guess what? I have the marker board, so I'm writing real turkey.
So it's still alive? That's terrible. You're going to kill the turkey
real
in front of the
turkey.
kids? What's wrong with you?
It's the experience.
Of killing the turkey in front of the kids.
It's like Thanksgiving, the first Thanksgiving, Could have went with maybe like pigeon they probably had at the first one, or eels or whatever. Fish.
You bring up Thanksgiving, one of the Thanksgiving episodes of King of the Hill did foster my absolute favorite King of the Hill quote of all time.
What?
Where John Redcorn is talking with Dale Gribble, and Dale goes, "John Redcorn, do your people celebrate Thanksgiving?" And he said, "We did once."
Wow.
John Redcorn doesn't hold grudges, though.
Yeah. All right. Again, to recap it, mine was a real turkey that I shot with a 12-gauge shotgun. Cheesy potatoes, gravy, pumpkin bar, watching football, and then the wild card is we're going to go deer hunting for a little bit. Brandon's got chicken nuggets, just chicken, stuffing, and mashed potatoes. His dessert is pumpkin pie. Wild card's mac and cheese. Activity is nap. Well, what kind of mac and cheese? Is it white cheese? Is it cheddar cheese?
It can be anything you want it to be.
No. You didn't specify. I'm just saying, you didn't specify. Come on now. All right, you can vote. Let us know. If you missed that episode, or if you missed the whole part, we'll put it up in podcast form coming up a little bit later on. That was fun.
It was.
That was fun.
We're going to have to do this again for Christmas.
We are.
The Christmas experience.
We'll do it on Festivus.
We will. Now, I think we'll have to keep certain things out, like opening presents. Come on. You're going to open presents either way.
Well, some people do it on Christmas Eve, though.
That's true.
And some do it not on Christmas. That's a big thing, though, Brandon.
Okay.
That might be the number one pick.
Because we've done this before for I think like the 4th of July we did this once where we drafted our 4th of July.
You know what we might have to do a lead up on? We might have to recruit somebody to be the draft expert and create the big board.
There you go.
Like the Daniel Jeremiah big board. Zach says, I want the food from Brandon's board, but the activities from Dan's.
I think that's the decision everyone's gonna have to make.
Yep. Can you? I will just throw this question out there, and I think this is my last stump speech. Can you experience a proper Thanksgiving without football? No, you cannot. With that in mind, I ask for your vote. We'll take a break before Brandon can talk. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after these few words. I saw people walking by. Oh, I purposely keep my head down because then I lose focus and I get distracted. I would be curious to hear if anybody else has like other Thanksgiving activities they do. Because I remember back in, we would play like a board game or something at the end and stuff.
I was thinking about like backyard football.
Yeah,
that was something I had thought of. I'm like, man, after all the food I have on there, I'm probably not gonna feel like doing that.
I wonder if anybody still does that.
I hope so.
Yeah,
I think so.
I remember driving around sometimes and seeing people playing on the football field. I'm like, I wish that was me playing a little Thanksgiving Day football. I used to have a tradition too. We'd play like Madden. Play a game on that, and that was like the Super Bowl or something like that. So it's Again, I asked the voters, can you have Thanksgiving, a proper Thanksgiving without football? Just saying. Don't think you can. Sorry, Brandon. But what's your poll at? 2 votes for the Grapeview winner.
They're somehow both you voting. I think you hacked the algorithm.
Algorithm. I love it. Yeah, we'll have that podcast up a little bit later on this morning. Did I stop recording it? I did stop recording. Okay, we're good. So, all right. So we got some football tomorrow. Packers Lions, Brandon. But without revealing your pick, because we'll get to that in about 30 minutes, a little less than 30 minutes. What do you think is the biggest key for the Packers and the Lions to win this game? From somebody who is not in the race anymore.
No, I'm going to say whichever team runs the ball better. These are two teams that's what they want to do. Like, that's kind of the basis of the identity of their team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming Josh Jacobs will be back. But to me, it's just because I think, especially in a game like this, so much more comes along with it than just running the ball. It's controlling the clock. It's keeping your defense maybe a little bit fresher. It's which defense is a little more worn down by the time you get to the fourth quarter.
Yep.
And I said, these are two teams that they go about in a little bit different ways, but they want to run the ball. And I just think whichever team kind of is able to play their way, and their way is usually relatively similar, I think you're going to have success.
I would agree with that. Jameer Gibbs, I think, is a big focal point. Since I won't copy you, I will say offensive line play. Because I think if you go back to their week 1 matchup, I thought a big difference in that game was Jordan Love did not get sacked at all. Jared Goff had 4 sacks on him. Both of these offensive lines have had ups and downs throughout this season, I think is fair to say. So I think, again, you can say it probably every week for every game, trenches, offensive line play, and then inadvertently the defensive line play too at that point. So I think I completely agree with you. I would add the trench play. Who's going to win up front? The big boys up front. So, do you think it is a difference, or I shouldn't say difference, advantage for Green Bay that, and this is not a knock on Minnesota, but it was kind of a comfortable, easygoing type of game. It was really short.
Right.
Whereas Detroit went to overtime.
And they maybe exerted a lot of energy coming from behind to win. I mean, I would say it's an emotional win, not the most emotional, but still, like you're having to come back. And I would say it would be.
You think so? Okay.
I think so, especially in a short week.
Yeah. I think that's a big part. I think it does help that a little bit. It's at their building again. They don't have to travel. Not like it's a far distance from Green Bay to Detroit, but still, it's the
I'd be curious to know what that flight time is.
It's got to be less than an hour.
Right. But I mean, by the time is one of those where by the time you're getting up, you're basically at the apex. You're basically we're starting to descent into Detroit because you're just flying east.
Right. I mean, would it be kind of similar to
I was thinking like the
Minneapolis?
Well, yeah, probably. I was thinking of like the Cincinnati Cleveland one, where it's like 45 minutes.
Yeah, that too. So, but I'll go back to my bold prediction. I still feel like it's whoever wins this game is going to win the division. No offense. Yeah, there is some offense to Chicago, but this is such a huge game. Huge game. Is it fair to say this, though? Considering where they're at in the standings, if Detroit loses, because they have 4 losses, Green Bay has 3 losses plus a tie. If Detroit loses, they're more likely to be out of the playoffs than if Green Bay were to lose.
I think so. Like that, to me, it comes back to the tie. Like, the tie, look, it's essentially worth a half a win. But, it essentially renders any tiebreakers moot because you can't assume another team is going to tie this year. So, I mean,
right.
so really, if Green Bay gets to 10 wins, they're feeling good because then they're automatically going to be. I mean, they have the
Essentially
quote-unquote
10 and a
type.
half,
Yeah.
yeah.
So they, yeah. So I mean, if they do that, even though I know the schedule is very difficult from here on out.
Detroit still got the Rams, I think, on their schedule coming up here. Was there another one I thought that was kind of difficult on there? I don't know off the top of my head.
It's interesting too because like the Lions are almost done with their division.
Yeah.
I mean, after this, they
got Chicago for the final game,
and then they play Minnesota on Christmas. So I guess then it's kind of backloaded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Green Bay still has this
To
Chicago and then Minnesota.
Right.
I mean, that's really backloaded. Chicago. I mean, I know we mentioned it a little bit earlier. Somebody had mentioned in the offseason, like Chicago's division games are all in the back, or their toughest portion of the schedule is all the back
Right,
end.
so
they took advantage of it.
Yeah,
that's what you're supposed to do.
Right,
so.
right. But now we see.
Yeah. I think I'm anxious. I'm nervous. I think I'm going to be more into it than I have been in a lot of things. Because even that one from 2023, I went in there thinking we're not going to win. Because just where this one, it's like, holy moly, dude! I don't know what to do or what to expect. So, but Zach says it's not Thanksgiving without some ball. So Zach, you got to make a decision. You going with your pal, me, or that guy over there that won't let you watch football? He won't even let you play football because that's not on his activity.
You cannot sleep at all the day that Dan.
That's fine. I don't need to sleep. Sleep's overrated for Thanksgiving Day. Too much room for activities.
You taking everybody deer hunting?
Yeah. Follow me. You guys are going to do just some drives while I sit there and wait for the deer.
So everyone else is going to do all the hard work.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Hey, you get to see some beautiful country when you do it, though. Just don't get lost because I ain't helping. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll have more. I think we'll take a quick break here. We'll have a lot more coming up in the final half hour after these quick words. If any of you have X or Twitter, do not be fooled by bad politics from Brandon's poll out there trying to sway the votes. He is challenging the gravy pick.
I'm not challenging it. I'm just asking. I just want to know what people think.
Hey.
I just want to know what people think.
If you vote
Does gravy
no,
stand alone as a condiment?
If you vote no on that, that means you don't like gravy. Just saying. I know some people are out there, but if you are one of those, well, then there's something wrong. Just saying. But don't get polluted by trick politics from Brandon on that poll. Because Brandon knows he lost this thing. He lost it. He lost it by having the first overall pick, and he went with stuffing. Stuffing. I will just say that. The first overall pick was, I love stuffing. But the first overall pick, is it worth a first overall pick?
Yes.
No. Yep. That is like drafting, how should we put this in an NFL way? A very solid, very good pick, but is it number one worthy? Because here's the thing, though, too, Brandon. If I'm going to your house, that stuffing better not be dry.
It's absolutely perfect.
Well, you should have brought in some to taste test then. If you're going to be worthy on a controversial first overall pick.
It is absolutely perfectly done the way you want it to be.
What would be a great analogy for drafting stuffing at number one? It's a solid, it's a consistent performer. It's like, I'm trying to think of a quarterback right now. That's maybe not a superstar, but he's just solid and consistent. I can't say Sam Darnold was a third overall pick.
But he had a lot of flash and flares coming out of USC. So
yeah, everybody thought he was going to be the first overall pick.
Here's my comparison for it.
Is it the Shador set?
No. To me, it's like drafting Orlando Pace number one.
That's a great one. Yeah.
But remember this: Orlando Pace was a Hall of Famer.
Yep. No, I would agree. I would.
There might have been flashier players in there, but Orlando Pace.
Yep. Okay. I'll buy that. Not necessarily the. It's not the.
It's not going to suddenly breathe a bunch of life into your franchise and have a bunch of people
the
run.
Luke Jokel pick or whatever when they went back-to-back linemen, the Jaguars, and Eric Fisher was a second overall pick. So
because it's crazy still. Like Eric Fisher was number one pick out of Central Michigan.
Was it Eric Fisher number one? Oh yeah, then Luke Jokel was second. That's right. Yep. Man, there was one miss by Kansas City. Wasn't Andy Reid the coach too? I think Andy Reid was the coach.
It was around that time.
Was he the?
He might have been like early.
Yeah, but no, I would get on board with the Orlando Pace one. That one definitely is. Whereas mine, that's probably. You talk about Hall of Famer, but mine's like GOAT. It's like drafting Peyton Manning, probably number one overall. It's football, and it's Peyton Manning. So, just saying.
He's got a forehead the size of a football.
And when you think of football, you think of Peyton. He's all over the place, right? Come on. You can't have Thanksgiving without football. Just throwing it out there.
Your food sucks.
I practically made a Famous Bowl with my lineup. How do you not like a turkey Famous Bowl?
So on one of the arguably the biggest eating holiday of the year, you're getting something you can get at KFC any day.
I don't have the mashed potatoes though, so mine's a little bit different. I got cheesy potatoes. That could be cheesy tater tots.
So you got plausible deniability KFC.
It's better because it's cheesy. Melted potatoes. It could be cheesy hash
on the
browns.
biggest food day of the year.
Yeah. I combined your mac and cheese and potatoes into one. Cheesy potatoes. Cheese and a grain. Carbohydrate. That's what I was trying to say.
Your carbs.
Yeah. You see? You got nothing on me. I can spin this any way I want.
Oh, can you?
Yeah. And with the turkey, I suppose you could do that with chicken. White or dark, you have the option. So, but you'd be chicken nuggets, which is not a bad thing.
Maybe there's chicken nuggets for the kids.
Hey.
We want to keep the kids happy.
But here's the thing, though, too. You really missed out on an opportunity for gravy then, because then you could have made a volcano with dinosaur nuggets. Just saying. You could have. You could have did it, but you didn't. So you just have plain, dry mashed potatoes. Not even butter.
Who says it can't have butter?
You didn't draft it.
Tell you. So then you have no like seasoning on any of your food then because you didn't draft that.
All right, well, we're even on the turkey. It depends on how you prepare it. Did the Pilgrims have seasonings? We don't know.
My mashed potatoes are so good, you don't need seasoning. You don't need to cloud it with a bunch of extra additives.
Well,
They're that fluffy.
It's literally potatoes boiled and mashed up. You can't put the milk in to make it softer then.
We're really getting off base. We're getting off base. Who even says your turkey is cooked?
Okay, what kind of chicken do you got now? Is this a rooster or a hen? I gotta know here. So, and my turkey, is it a Jake or what?
One of them Minnesota turkeys I'm hearing so much about.
Gosh darn it, I can't get away from that one. So, all right, pumpkin bar, by the way, does have frosting on mine. You have to.
Yeah, you do.
Cream cheese frosting, whipped. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, so that's good fun. Yeah. We will have to do a Christmas one for sure.
We will.
What other stuff can we do?
I don't know. We have more time to think of this.
Memorial Day and July 4th are kind of the same.
They are,
yeah. With grilling and that. So
yeah, they are.
We could, maybe this would be a summer one, the ultimate tailgate. It's kind of like grilling out,
but just imagine you're like
it's the
game.
Activity part.
You're at the game where it's like, are you doing bags? Are you doing set them up?
Oh, gosh.
Legendary game.
That one I would have to explain. No, that would be the scouting process. People would have to figure out what set them up is. If you were a softball player in Central Wisconsin, you knew it. Oh, God. I can't remember the last time I played that.
Been forever. It's been too long.
You'd almost have to, you could get away with it. You'd almost have to find a grassy spot just because of the ricochet of the ball and that.
I think we should play at Festivus. Me versus you.
Ooh. I didn't even think of that. I'll think about it.
There we go. All right.
Yeah, that's a good one. Set them up. That's bringing me down some good memories. I should have a softball somewhere to do that with.
I think I do.
Yeah.
A lot of time spent between games playing that game, which, you can explain. Obviously there's people here that don't know if you want to explain.
So set them up is you literally, at softball, when you're not playing, what are you doing? You're probably getting a pack of beer.
Yeah, drinking some beverages.
And they're in cans. You can't use it with the
open
ones. So like Kobe Cheese Days was tapped. That'd be weird. So cans, 2-person teams. Mostly. Yeah.
Mostly, yeah. Mostly just keep more people involved.
Yep. So I'd have a team. Brandon would have a team. We put a beer can on each side, unopened. Put it down there. And you literally try to hit the beer can.
Pitch the ball.
Pitch the ball underhand. You can't overhand it.
Yep.
And I've played different versions where on the bounce counts, on it doesn't. I've played both. I tend to not do on bounce.
I would agree. It has to be on the fly.
But essentially is you have to, I think it was best out of 3.
Yeah.
Throw it up, try to hit the can, and if you knock it over, one person has to chug that beer on that side. And if you really hit that can right on the top perfectly, it dents, you can't spill. So it like foams out and you just have a shotgun.
You gotta go, yeah.
Yeah, you can't sit there and sip it. You got to shotgun it.
Yeah.
It's probably why we didn't win a game at state that year because we were playing set them up between games. But that was a tradition.
It was, oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Played that in the then Miller Park parking lot too.
Did you really?
Yes.
Nice.
When I was in college, we went to a day game there and we had time to kill, so.
We were
in one of the grassy spots, like right alongside of it, so just we weren't in people's way.
The 2 hot locations I remember doing that a lot at Dorchester and Atwood.
I say Atwood is where I think of it, and that on the road, on the little dirt road right next to it. Yep.
Oh yeah, like when you pull in the parking lot and that dirt road over there.
Yep.
Yep. That and Dorchester was the big one. I think that's when I first started was Dorchester.
So we might have to get a set 'em up game going for Festivus.
Oh yeah.
VFW will have room for us somewhere.
They got the hall maybe that we can set it up in the back. You Matt? Ooh.
I don't want to spill
Don't want to spill on the floor.
Right, we
though.
don't want to make a mess for them.
I mean, what we could do though is just have an empty thing set up, and then if you hit
Yeah,
it,
that way, yeah.
Because I know we've done that before, where it's been like an empty can or something.
And we just know. Yeah.
I think that's maybe what one time we did it when it was like tap beer. We found an empty can, and that's a really quick way to go through your very expensive case at softball tournaments.
Yep.
I'll tell you. So, all right, we'll take our final break, and we got picks. We'll go through the whole NFL slate plus rivalry week for some college football games. Quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. Time to wrap up this program. We're going to do some picks. We got Ole Miss versus Mississippi State. We're going to start with college football. Who do you figure out your mic?
Bowl.
There you go. Yep.
Will Lane Kiffin be here a week from now, Bowl?
The potential last game for Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. Who you got?
I will take Ole Miss.
I'll take Ole Miss too. No, I'm not going to do that one. Iowa, Nebraska.
Ooh. The Black Friday special. I'm going to go Iowa.
I'm going to go Brian Balaga, Iowa. Let's go Georgia Tech.
Ooh. I would have been a little more likely to pick Georgia Tech if not the last few weeks, but I'm going to still go Georgia.
Yeah, I'll go with Georgia too. How about Texas A&M at Texas with Arch Manning coming off that performance?
A&M.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to go A&M too. Although Matthew McConaughey might really be trying to. All right.
Star culture.
Yep. Oh, that is the best job title. I wish I had that job title. Arizona at Arizona State.
Ooh, who's winning in the desert? I'm going to go with Arizona.
I'll go with the Sun Devils, Arizona State. Ohio State at Michigan.
Does Ohio State end the losing skid to the Wolverines? I'm going to say they do.
I'm going to say they do. I don't want them, though, because I want the talk.
Right.
Because it's like they're defending champs. They're going to be in the playoff. Ryan Day should be fired.
They've been dominant, but
Ryan Day should be fired.
Right.
Because he can't beat Michigan. You know what? I'll take Ryan Day over here at Wisconsin. How about that? So it was funny when it was a few years ago when there was some people saying like Luke Fickell was a better coach than Ryan Day. How's that working out?
Yeah. Time makes fools of us all.
Yep. Miami at Pittsburgh.
I'm going to go Miami, but I think this one's pretty close.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Hurricanes, though. So how about Am I missing any off the top of your head? How about, we'll throw this one in there. Vanderbilt, Tennessee.
Ooh, I'm going Vandy. I'm going to say Diego Pavia and the Commodores get to 10 wins.
Yeah, I'm going to go Vandy too. So, and then I'm just trying to look for one before we do our Wisconsin. Notre Dame and Stanford has really lost a lot of pizzazz in that one.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
So
yeah.
all right, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Minnesota, 1.5-point favorites.
This is one where obviously probably the thought on this has changed. This is one where I'm going to go with my heart over my head. And I'm going to take Wisconsin. I'm going to say they end the season on a high note.
Yeah, I'm going to go Wisconsin too. So
I'm going to say it's like a 20-17 slugfest. I know that the over-under's right around there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say 2017 Wisconsin.
I'll go 23-16 Wisconsin. So the poll, by the way, we don't have the poll for the winners, but I'll just say John and Zach have yours truly. Your gravy one. Everybody who's voting no on it is wrong. You guys and gals, you don't know what you're missing. Live a little is what I would say. Okay, live a little. All right.
Drink gravy straight from the boat.
Why wouldn't you? It's in a boat with a little handle that looks like a teacup. Yeah, drink it. Come on.
Don't share with anyone.
No.
Get your own gravy boat.
All right, football games. We'll save Green Bay, Detroit for the last one. How about Kansas City at Dallas, which I think this is actually a decent one now.
It is.
So.
I'm going to take Kansas City, though.
I'm going Dallas.
Hey.
I'm going Dallas.
Notable Dallas Cowboys fan, Dan Kasper.
Cincinnati at Baltimore.
I will take Baltimore, but it's a little closer than it probably should be because Joe Burrow is back.
I'm going to go Baltimore. How about Chicago and Philly?
I'm going to go Philly, but I like you said, if the Bears win this game, then I will say they're legit.
Yeah, I'm going to go Philly too. San Francisco at Cleveland.
I'm going to go for San Francisco, even though
I love how this line's only 4.5 too.
I'm not crazy about San Francisco traveling to the Eastern time zone in the weather
at noon
on a short week, even if the Browns are not any good. I'm going to say this is a game where the 49ers win, but it's ugly for like 3 quarters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's go Jacksonville, Tennessee.
I'm going to go with the Jaguars.
Yeah, I'll go Jaguars. Houston, Indianapolis, which now is actually a really good game.
It is. I'm really tempted to go Houston, but I will go Indy at home.
I'll go with the Colts at Indianapolis too. If it was at Houston, I probably would pick Houston. New Orleans, Miami.
I will go Dolphins.
I'm going to go Dolphins. Atlanta and the Jets.
I'm going to go Jets.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Jets too. Let's go Arizona, Tampa Bay.
I'm going to go Tampa Bay. They get back even if Baker doesn't play.
Teddy Bridgewater out there.
Teddy throws a belt.
Yep. If Baker doesn't play, I'm going Arizona. Baker does play. Tampa wins. Has he already been ruled out? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay, I don't either. Rams, Carolina.
Carolina. I'm going to go Rams.
Carolina blew a chance last week. Minnesota, Seattle.
I'm going to go Seattle.
Yeah, I'm going to go Seattle. Buffalo at Pittsburgh.
I'm going to go Buffalo and a battle of 2 teams that need it.
Yeah. I'm going to go Buffalo. Raiders, Chargers. Denver, Commanders.
It's a shame this one stayed on Monday night or Sunday night because I'm going to go Broncos, though.
Yeah. And then Giants and Patriots. Giants right now, I believe last I checked, the only team officially eliminated from the postseason.
Ouch. I'm going to go Patriots. They finally get the Giants on one.
Yeah, I'm going to go Patriots too. And Green Bay at Detroit.
I went back and forth on this one, actually. I'm going to take Detroit, though. Doing your best gumble to gumble?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm doing my Wilson. I'm going to go Detroit too. I think it's going to be a really close game, but I'm just I've been nervous about this game since Green Bay lost week 1 against Detroit because
You mean Detroit lost week 1 against
Green
Bay?
I'm sorry. You know what I meant. So I I'm gonna go Detroit in a close game. I'm gonna go like 27-24. They right on the S3 line too, so I really hope I'm wrong, but I'm just gonna go with Detroit for this one.
The one thing I will say though is with you making this pick, you have decided that for your ultimate Thanksgiving that you will be watching
Nice
the
try.
Packers lose.
No, because it was you who said it's not just Packers games. It could be just generic watching football. Nice try, Brandon. We'll go back to the tape, though.
I cannot believe it.
Yeah,
I
I
can't believe
We'll go back. We'll go back.
that after all of the hype up of the sanctity of Thanksgiving football,
Hey,
you would not pick the Packers to
we've
win.
got Tom from across the pond who's a Lions fan. Doug's a Lions fan that listens too.
Dan's becoming a Lions fan.
Nice try. Nice try. But ain't gonna work. You have fun with your rookie undrafted backup quarterback getting a start. This weekend.
I will.
How does it feel like, hey, we got nothing to play for anymore just except for a high draft pick?
Yeah.
Hey, maybe you could get Arch Manning in a draft.
Maybe I don't think he's coming.
Oh.
Or maybe they can just draft a really solid, needed thing to get them over the top, like stuffing.
Nice.
By the way, by the update on my gravy poll, no is winning over yes by a commanding 57-43 lead.
That's so dumb.
I believe if that was a political one, they would be calling that a landslide.
I would believe they would say it's too early to call.
Only 43 minutes in, I doubt it.
Or since you are the one drafting and your inability to find offensive linemen like you compared stuffing to with Orlando Pace, that stuffing probably would stink and be dry and old.
I didn't pick those.
But I'm just saying, your fandom, you're accusing me of being a Lions fan. So
I don't see what you're getting at here.
I'm saying your stuffing's going to stink.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. It'll smell delicious.
Smell?
You said my stuffing will stink.
As in taste.
It'll taste smelly?
Nice try. Happy Thanksgiving. We'll be back Monday morning, 6 a.m. See you then.